I'm hitting record, and we're recording, and that means I'm going to be doing the Enchant Worldle. I guess I'll get it out of the way. If this looks different and sounds different, this stream is happening from Angel's house. I'm in the United States of America for a week, and boy, are my arms tired. But that's okay. I mean, for the VOD listener, it's not going to make that much of a difference. There's no music that's going to be played during these streams, which means that the VODs are you're getting the exact same silence that the live listeners are. Now, in order to do this Enchant Worldle, I can't really... I mean, I could close... I'm worried about closing this and it shutting down or having difficulty coming back up. So, nobody type the answer in chat or anything. I can't look at this monitor is what I have to do, more or less. It's an older rare. It's an older, cheaper rare. Is it Goblin Guide? Also, this keyboard is... there's something about Angel's keyboard that I do not fuck with. And I'm worried about... I have to do a League of Legends stream for Loading Ready Run later tonight. It's going to be interesting. It's a 2-mana white or blue rare creature. And it's older. I got some yogurt on my fingy. Gilded Drake. Oh, it's even older. 2-mana Magus of the... Is it Magus of the Unseen? What's the one that I'm thinking of? It is the one I was thinking of, but it's not that one. It's from 1995. It's a Homelands. Oh, Albatross. No, that's a Sea Sprite. I don't know what is a rare and what is not a rare from Homelands. A 2-mana blue No, that's Alliances, I think. Phantasmal Mount. No, that's Ice Age. 2-mana blue... Oh, Wall of Kelp. This is a rare... I mean, this is legitimately a good card from Homelands. I gotta move this yogurt. I keep accidentally hitting this yogurt and getting yogurt on my fingies. I'm going to have a little bit of this yogurt. And then I'm going to turn my back on you. On to Spellify. Huh? Sacrifice another creature or blank. And then it does a thing. Is it Surveil? It is. Right? S-U-R-V. There's a creature that surveils on sacrifice. Oh, it's Umbral Collar. Umbral Collar Scout? No. Umbral Collar... What the fuck is this thing called? Oh, it's so hard to not look at this screen. Umbral Collar Zealot. Damn, he's good. Damn, he's good. One hard mode, please. What? Sarah... No, that's not Sarah Angel. F-L... Flying in Haste? H-A-S-T-E? No. Flying in... Vigilant? Hexproof? The hell is this? Indestructible? This is lifelink and flying. It's not Vampire Nighthawk. What? This card is played. This card is played in Commander? Why is this card played in Commander? It's just got... I'm knocking over everything. I don't think this setup is designed with a very large man in mind. I feel like this setup is designed for a very small woman to tuck herself away in for 12 hours a day. What the fuck? Lifelink and flying. I don't know what this is. I assume maybe an angel. No. It's not even a human? What the hell is this card? Warrior. Something warrior? Defender? Oh, Aether Barrier. Nope. Something barrier? What? The fuck is this? Alright, I kind of cheated because I looked over here. What the fuck is this? Something barrier? Is it not Aether Barrier? It's a wall. Hover Barrier. Hover Barrier. He remembered. Stupid Arcades players. Oh, my deck is built around not attacking. Sorry, that was rude. Hi, everybody. It's me, Benny Wheels. How you doing? DrChillbrain for the 45th month. I hope they put Norimaro in the next Marvel set from Saviors of Kamigawa. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Not to address this to you in particular. I decided to not slop stream while I'm here. I didn't bring over the files to play Crystal while I'm here. So just so we know, the slop stream's not. We will play more Crystal. I'm genuinely so excited to play more Crystal, but I'm just letting you know. With the large influx of legends, are you willing to experiment with a legends deck? I know Krakus is going to be concerned, but seeing it as other removal, like you can't avoid it. Wait till you tune into a North 100 showdown coming to a Lure MTG near you. Oh, they saying he's the GOAT. Thank you, thank you. Ghost Valve for the 46th month, almost a year. Wow, we're so close. We're so close. These streams are going to be hilarious. They are... yeah, they're going to be great. I mean, yeah. They're going to be great. If I sat the way I should sit in here, like if I have very large legs. There's a PC underneath this desk, and also... oh, I can make myself... oh, there we go. That's so much better. Now I'm right up in that mic. Norimaru was a random... oh, that character. That's the... is that the Japanese schoolboy that's really nerdy? That's really terrible? I hear Justin got yesterday's Enchant Worldle in 2. Yeah, he starts with Hercules Recall, which is insane. I don't know if he swaps around, but I heard he went Hercules Recall into Animar. Or rather, Red. Turl for the 10th month. Hope everybody's well. And you too. Thank you so much for all the support. I hope you're doing well. Posture check. Oh, Crack Backington over here. Okay. We're going to do a set review. This is going to be the Marvel set review stream for Marvel Superheroes and Marvel Superheroes Commander and Marvel Superheroes Jumpstart. Basically, this set is divided into MSH, which is the main set, and MSC, which is any supplemental product. There are so many brand new cards introduced to Magic the Gathering from these sets, and a lot of them are bad, or at the very least they are Commander specific or designed for very casual play. So where in previous set reviews I would have talked about a majority of the cards, basically if it's a legendary creature or if it's a rare or mythic, it gets talked about. Not happening today. There are way too many cards that will have zero impact on the formats that we are talking about, right? or rather the primary format. This is going to be about Canadian Highlander. I might occasionally see a card and be like, damn, this is cool for Cube. Damn, this is cool for Vintage. Damn, this is cool for Vintage Cube. But I'm mostly going to be focusing on Canadian Highlander. There are some cards in this list that are not what I would call playable, or at the very least they are, it's a little, you know, they're not things that I would want to seek out. There are also going to be some cards in here that are a little niche, but they're niche to archetypes that I'm a fan of, and they provide a certain amount of redundancy. The card on screen is a good case in point. Like, I'm going to be talking about, I ruined it. I just wanted to, no, you go over here. I've ruined this. Hello? Shit. What did I do? All right, we're stuck with this now. I have fucked it up on my back end. I'm so sorry. This stream is going to be peak. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm going to try. My darndest. You know what? I don't need to see what I look like. I know I look good. Says man in plain white t-shirt and sweatpants. Can I talk about these sweatpants? They're very comfortable. They're not the gray dong sweatpants. I can't wear those on stream anymore. After, the incident. But these sweatpants, they have very tiny pockets. Like, I put my phone in the pocket of the sweatpants and the phone falls out. Who would design sweatpants that don't fit, that you can't fit a phone in? You know? It's insane. Why would you do this? Anyways, one last note, I guess, on what we're talking about as well. If you haven't watched it, part 1 of the North 100 set review is out. Part 2 is coming out on the Friday of this week, so that would be the 19th or something. North 100 talks about the cards that we think we'll see play, and then the cards we think other people are going to ask us about, and sometimes that includes some pretty bad cards. I am going to talk about, there are going to be some similarities between the cards we talk about today and the cards that are talked about in the North 100 set review, because I'm the guy that puts together that spreadsheet. That's like part of my job. But I get to expand on some of the niche role players from this set that we might not want to, talk about on North 100, especially because sometimes there are cards where I'm like, well, this goes in exactly this deck, and that's kind of nice because the redundancy's here, and I want to use this as I'm going to talk about this deck. And then I have Nelson and Surge being like, I like equipment and cheat black creatures. And, what are you going to do? If one of them gets that card, then, Anywho. Hi. Come here. You want to say hello? Yeah, you want to say hello? Oh, come here. Oh, God. Look at this Titan. Look at this big boy. He does not like this right now. There we go. Hello. Oh, you do not. There we go. Oh, I can feel the purring. All right, never mind. You want to leave. Okay, bye. Oh, he's coming back. Massive cat. That's Vax. Vex is in the corner somewhere. Or in the hallway. God, that's such a big boy. Anyways. Did we get Wheeler's I Don't Hate You Because I Hate Your Blorbos? No, I haven't done that yet, but I'll do it right now. This goes out to, this is especially relevant for this stream and this setup. I'm not what you call a Marvel fan. I've watched some number of the Marvel movies before, leading up to Endgame. And I've watched Endgame and all that stuff. I have read some of the comics here and there, but I'm not really a Marvel fan. So if I say your favorite character's card sucks, It's not an attack on the character, it's an attack on the card. Similarly, I don't really want to hear somebody coming in being like, man, this is so slopped up. I hate this sludge. Because, like, one, I'm 30 to 40 years old. I don't really give a shit. It's not as though Magic was, like, outstanding in its world building and depictions. And I'm tired of pretending like it was. Like, come on. I care about the words on the card. That's what I'm here for. I care about whether or not this is something that I'm going to want to cast off of Black Lotus and Moxen, and how badly I'm going to get my ass beat by Jeskai if I include this card in my set. I just don't care. I just don't care. It can be slop and good. It can be slop and not so good. But at the end of the day, come on, dog. Come on, man. But that's also just my. I'm not really a person that enjoys a lot of fantasy stuff. I mean, I like Dark Souls and whatnot, but you know, I know it sounds funny because I have a podcast called Sheeba and Wheeler Love Magic, and like, yeah, I like this stuff, but I also recognize that, you know, it's kind of corny. In a good way, in the best way possible. So what I'm saying is, shut the fuck up. I don't care about your take on the setting or the theming of some of these things. And I know there's a lot of legendary creatures, but that's irrelevant because, and what I was asking before we start recording, and something I've been thinking about more often, is that through the context of Highlander, through the context of, I guess, even for the people that care about Commander, myself included, but, you know, for the people that are really into Commander, individual cards being released, whether it's a set, whether it's a secret lair, whether it's a fucking scene box or whatever, how it's released does not matter. The formats that I play do not care about the sets they are released in, right? Like, I care about the 74 or however many cards that we have here. It doesn't matter that there's a bunch of surrounding pieces that we're not talking about. Doesn't matter that there's a bajillion legendary creatures in this set, because so many of them are just not going to be relevant for me. And a lot of them are not going to be relevant for you, and you're probably going to have a better time with Magic the Gathering if you just kind of accept that. You know? I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but, like, you should really... I find that the healthiest way to have a relationship with this game is to approach it through approach it in such a way where you interface with the cards that you enjoy and the cards that you like. You may encounter cards that you do not enjoy or settings that you do not like, and you may have a visceral reaction to them, but who cares? You're playing with the cards that you do like. Playing against the cards that you don't like, of course they're annoying. They're not your cards. If I get my ass beat by a Kodama of the North Tree, I'm a little excited that I got my ass beat by the Kodama of the North Tree, but I still got my ass beat. If that Kodama is like a frog with a Thor helmet, it doesn't really change the fact that I got my ass beat, I guess is what I'm saying. Anyways, let's get into the cards, shall we? I guess I should say thank you to Temporal Luke for subscribing to the stream. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Also, if there's any issue with the sound or the visuals, please let me know. Again, I'm in this is not my standard setup. Okay. Am I still getting paid for having the zombies thing in my bio? No, I'm pretty sure that thing doesn't exist anymore. I'll get rid of that at some point in time. It's so I did get paid for that game though. I got paid for that game. That's cool. Dr. Jane Foster. 3 and a white for a 2/3 legendary human doctor with vigilance. And when Dr. Jane Foster enters, you return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. If you gain life this turn, return that card to the battlefield instead. So why am I talking about this card? Well, there is a deck in Canadian Highlander. This is like one of the, like, this is a weirdo wheeler deck that I love to see any kind of redundancy for. This is a legendary creature that can return a creature from the graveyard to play, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. Combo it, this card, as long as you've gained life, which, don't worry, that's a part of basically every combo this deck has. As long as you've gained life, this card can combo with Loyal Retainers. Loyal Retainers is a 3-mana 1/1 that says sacrifice this, return a legendary creature from your graveyard to play. Do it only before you have attacked this turn. It's a Portal 3 Kingdoms card, so it's a little wonky. But basically, you can sack it, return Dr. Jane Foster. Dr. Jane Foster comes back to play and returns Loyal Retainers to play. Now we have an infinite loop of creatures dying and creatures returning to the battlefield. This can be comboed with stuff like Blood Artist, Sulaport Cutthroat, comboed with Soul Warden effects, Guide of Souls, and all that. And notice how a lot of the cards you're comboing with gain you life, which make it real easy to make this condition. If it were a slightly different condition, I'd probably say no. And honestly, there's still a world where this card does not make it into that combo deck. This is a deck that also involves Safi Eriksdottir. Safi being a 2-mana legendary creature that you can sacrifice. So when a creature dies, it comes back to play. You sack the Safi, targeting your Loyal Retainers. You sack the Loyal Retainers, targeting Safi. Safi's trigger resolves. Loyal Retainers comes back. Safi comes back. You see, you're using a card that sacrifices itself to return legends, and we're often using legends as a part of this loop. Like, you can throw in like a Samwise Gamgee into the loop as well. There's a combo with Samwise. And just having another card that you can, another legendary creature that you could tutor for, because I think this deck wants to play Time of Need. Time of Need, for those that don't know, is 1 and a green for a sorcery that says tutor up a legendary creature, put it into your hand. Great card, and like kind of undervalued. Like, think of how, I'm not going to say that this is a 1-to-1, but think of how many decks there are that play Mana Drain, and they're just not using the colorless mana. They just want to play Mana Drain because it's literally a second copy of Counterspell, right? There are decks that would play points for like redundant copies of this effect, this tutoring effect. And so if we can make Time of Need as close to Eladamri's Call as possible, obviously Eladamri's Call is an instant, but like, you know, it is there's a colored pip involved, and this is a colorless pip. Time of Need is just 1 and a green. Any steps we can make to turn Time of Need into just a second copy of Find the Card to end the game, we'll take it. So yeah, this is kicking it off with like a very wheeler card, but it's a deck I'd like to take a crack at, because I feel like it's kind of underexplored nowadays. There was something that, you know, back in the day, there was more people gunning towards it. And we've seen some success with like Pattern Rector variants as recent as the past year, but like Devoted Druid combo, Samwise combo, just the A+B creature combos. I'd like to see more work put towards finding out, fine-tuning, I guess those are types. Ship for the 87th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? That's a long-ass time. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. General Thunderbolt Ross. 1 white for a 1/1 legendary creature, human soldier, with first strike and battalion. Whenever General Thunderbolt Ross and at least 2 other creatures attack, attacking creatures get +1/+0 until end of turn. There is a mono white hyper aggressive Legends deck that I would like to take a dip into. This is going to be a bit different from, say, a Death and Taxes style deck. You are really just looking to get as aggressive, get onto the board as quickly as possible, and you happen to be a deck that is focusing on the legendary themes, on stuff like Yoshimaru, on stuff like Flowering of the White Tree, and you are trying to just take advantage of those themes, take advantage of the fact that you are a deck with so many tools to deal with Caracas, or that your creatures cost very little. and can deal with Karakas. And there are other cards. This is another archetype where I haven't really done my homework on, like, are there other cards that reference legendaries, like Legendaries Matters cards, in mono white or white X that I have kind of brushed off before that I might want to revisit for a deck like this? It's kind of funny because it's just like this is Tundra Wolves. It's Tundra Wolves with like a battalion trigger. But considering that would be a deck that looks to poop out its entire hand, as well as Tundra Wolves. I'm not telling you to sleeve up Tundra Wolves in your white aggressive deck, but like First Strike is not a real ability. It's an ability that they use sparingly nowadays, but like First Strike is real annoying. And buffing your team and it being a human, like this card has a lot going on it for a role player, especially when that deck, like if you really want to push the theme, you need 1-drops. Thankfully, this deck has introduced 2 of them, technically 3 of them, which I will be talking about all of them individually. But yeah, this one's a funny one. Again, kind of a wheelery card, but you're quite literally listening to me do a set review. I don't know what you want. If you tuned into this for non-wheeler cards, then you might be a little disappointed. Jennifer Walters, 1 and a white for a 2/3 legendary human advisor hero. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn, and then you can transform Jennifer Walters for 3 green white. Use it only as a sorcery, or you could just cast the flip side for Jennifer Walters, which is the Sensational She-Hulk for 3 green white. So this is very similar to the cards that we saw in the Marvel's Spider-Man set, the like Norman Osborn and the Peter Parker or whatever, where you can play these cards as these cards can be played 3 different ways. I'll get to that after I read this card, but the Sensational She-Hulk is a 6/6 legendary gamma hero with reach, trample. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn, and whenever a creature you control is dealt damage, you may have the Sensational She-Hulk deal that much damage to any target. Do this only once each turn. So, you can either play this card as a 2-mana creature, a 2-mana creature that you spend, there's an order to this. This is either a 2-drop, a 6-drop, or an 8-drop over the course of multiple turns, where you can play Jennifer Walters and then transform her. Funny enough, not saying that you're going to do this that often because it is such an expensive card, but there is a world where, let's say you have a bajillion mana and all you're looking to do is get the Sensational She-Hulk in play. It may be beneficial to play out Jennifer Walters and then transform Jennifer Walters, just so you can like play this card and then your opponent can't cast spells, and then you transform her instead of, say, casting this into like a mana leak or something like that. I don't know. That was kind of interesting. So I have played against this card. I've played with some number of these cards in both Constructed, like in Canadian Highlander. We did some North 100 Showdown recordings. We did some fun test games as well. And I've played the limited environment for this set, sealed and some draft. And this card is so funny because you look at Voice of Victory and you're like, well, this is the best card of all time. Voice of Victory is messed up. That card is insane. But it turns out that just like that Voice of Victory text is really good. This is a pretty strong card that I would consider playing certainly in a green-white deck. Like if you're building like the green-white Gear Hulk or like a green-white Hate Bears kind of deck, this one's great. If you have like a Naya Legends deck or a green-white Legends deck, this card is real fucking annoying, let me tell you that. I would also consider playing her in mono-white humans. Getting green is not that difficult. Like getting an additional color is not that difficult in a format where, like if I'm on like green-white humans or whatever, I could have a Horizon Canopy, I could have a Lazotep Quarry, could be on Mox Diamond if you're going real ham. You could just splash for Savannah. Just splash a Savannah. you know, that kind of thing. I don't know. I like this card. It's saying your opponent can't cast stuff during your turn is so good, especially given how cheap everything has become and how flexible everything has become, right? Like, just the knowledge that what you are doing is not going to get interrupted by a spell is huge. Lets you lets you go through your turn making decisions with confidence that it won't get interrupted, aside from like a channel land or something like that. And it's I had another take on this card. Oh, I can't remember it. No. Oh, no, wait, hold on. You have to understand, I'm in like a real lazy mood. Like, I slept. I don't have a Mulder to wake me up at 6 a.m. for food. I took a nap, chat. I might be dangerous. When I have my second cup of coffee this afternoon, I am going to Hulk out myself. Where was I going with this? Oh, fuck. This is why people tune into these streams. I haven't even read this card. This side's very big. It has a bunch of text that probably wins you the game, but it's just very big. Oh, this card is obviously extremely annoying when you pair it with protection, right? Like the same thing with Voice of Victory, for sure. But like when you pair, like if this card is getting played in green-white, you have your Mother of Runes, Giver of Runes, you might have Sylvan Safekeeper, you know, you have, obviously this card can get Karakas, but again, we're in colors that can deal with the Karakas pretty easily. So it's not just like I'm playing this card, you have to deal with it. I'm playing with this card, you have to deal with something that protects, you know, this card. And the way that the combination of the, like, you can't play stuff during my turn, plus Mother of Runes or Giver of Runes or whatever, plays out is that it pushes your opponent to not only like have to deal with a protection creature before they deal with this card, but also they have to do it all on their turn, which can be incredibly mana intensive, right? There's occasionally a play pattern you'll see if you need to get through a Mother of Runes is like, end of your turn, I'll bolt the Mother of Runes, you activate it, and then I untap and then I try to kill it. You can't do that. You need to do it all in one turn. God forbid there's something like Sylvan Safekeeper. One of the reasons why I brought it up is because that's a card where, I mean, like, if you have double instant speed, then you can get around some of this. But like something like Sylvan Safekeeper, something like Giver Runes that gets the protection throughout the entire turn and can do it like that, means that you need a very specific combination of cards to get through this. So yeah, it's not just annoying because you read this card and you're like, oh, well, I guess I have to cast Opt on my turn. It's extra annoying because the methods in which you deal with this card are further restricted, and so getting this card off the table is huge. It's huge. Also for combo decks, right? Like this is the kind of card which will be helpful against dealing with like Flash Hulk, or dealing with like Time Vault's a bit different because they'll have, you know, Time Vault usually has Tolarian Academy and a bunch of mana, but like pushing some of these decks that can combo off at instant speed and can combo off in a spot where they're like, well, now my Force Negation's free, is pretty important. Anyways, yeah, I think this card's pretty good. Somebody mentioned the 2 toughness, 2 pips on Grand Abolsher doesn't keep up in 2026. I played Grand Abolsher in mono white in the past year. I think I would do it again. I think I've changed my tune on that card. It's really funny. I looked at mono white. This is a little bit of a side tangent. When I played mono white and I looked at mono white, I only played it for, I mean, I played some fun games with it, but I was like, oh no, I know what I'm doing with this card, or with this deck. It's quite good. I ended up fighting Trenton on Jeskai and it was very close. And this is after this man Ancestral multiple times furied me, solituded me, and like I got stuck on lands or whatever. But I'm like, that was enough of a win or lose. This deck caused a shitload of problems for one of the best decks in the format, piloted by one of the best players in the format. And so it was like a good enough sign of like, oh, hold on, this deck is real deal. It's still insanely good, but people have moved away from it because they've heard something about like, oh, Jeskai beats it, or like Barrelgoyf is too good against it, or whatever, whatever anecdote they've heard instead of, refining the deck and testing and whatnot. But the point being that I'd like to get to is I think double white is better than the 2 and a white now. Like there are some double white pipped cards, or even like 1 white where like I think we are gone. We are past the era of like, oh, I get to play a bunch of colorless utility lands or whatever. It's like, no, you want to be able to play some of these double white cards because Sanctifier on Vec, nice Rakdos deck, nice Jund deck. What does Sanctifier on Vec? What does Jund do against Sanctifier on Vec? Nothing. Uh-oh. I had that against Jund and Rakdos, and it felt like I was cheating. It felt like I pre-boarded in like Cop Red against Burn or whatever. It was, yeah. Anyways, the point, I just wanted to give that as a side tangent of like, Grand Abolisher in 2026, still pretty good. This card is different, but similar to Abolisher and Voice of Victory, and I'd highly recommend giving her a shot. Trenton 907, welcome back for the full year. Made it to a year. We're so happy for you, babe. Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the support. Is there a world where Cradle Control splashes white for this? Cradle Control is like primarily mono green, and I think you just don't need it. But yeah. The Mind Stone, not to be confused with Mind Stone, very funny. 1 and a white for an indestructible legendary artifact. It is an Infinity Stone. Taps at a white, pay 5 at a white, tap and harness it. And once it's harnessed, its Infinity ability is active. And says at the beginning of your end step, exile up to 1 other target non-land permanent you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. This card's pretty good. I really value Indestructible on mana producing artifacts. It's just really nice as an Academy player and as an artifact enjoyer. I will take my turn 1 off to play a bridge. Take it off. I will play a tapped bridge because unless my opponent has like March of Otherworldly Light, and then congrats on drawing the 1 out of 100. I get to untap, play a land, and then develop more mana because I'm an artifact deck. So I'm making this investment that is a bit of a slower start that'll guarantee that I can then kind of avoid some of your artifact destruction being relevant, right? Like, yeah, it's annoying if you blow up my Signet, but you'll never believe what I'm going to start doing the next turn after you've blown up my Signet. I'm going to continue to play more Signets or more Talismans or play out like a Mana Vault or whatever. Yeah. Anyways, the Indestructible on this card, pretty relevant. If I'm investing 2 mana into a Mana Rock and, I accept that sometimes my Signets get blown up, but being Indestructible is pretty huge. White mana as well. I would say better than black mana. The Soul Stone, which is the... Do I have a browser for this? I do have a browser for this. The Soul Stone, which this card will undoubtedly draw comparisons to, has a couple of things going against it. I don't actually think it's that worthwhile to compare the cards because they are completely different cards. They just happen to be 2 mana rocks that are indestructible that have this infinity ability, but the infinity ability is requires different things and triggers at a different time and all that, right? The Infinity Stone needs you to exile a creature and triggers on upkeep, whereas this card does not require you to use a creature and it triggers on your end step. But having an indestructible mana rock that adds white mana, a color that is often more appreciated. It's more valuable to have around in an Academy deck or a big mana artifact deck than black mana. That has an ability that is going to be able to trigger on your end step and do something quite powerful with, like, a copy of the Might Stone and the Weak Stone, copy of Phyrexian Portal. Even just like resetting, like if you're in like Big Boros, resetting like an initiative creature or a mana creature, resetting your Fury or your Solitude is pretty exciting. I don't know. I'm a fan of this. Hey, Angel. Yeah? Are you excited about the Mind Stone in Big Boros? I am. She says she's excited about the Mind Stone in Big Boros, so, you know. I would like to actually look into more Academy control decks. So, like, Tinker is broken. I would love to start tinkering for... And usually when you tinker, you should win the game. I would be interested in looking for decks that can tinker and win the game, or tinker and, like, mid-range the game, like, grind the game out, you know? U-turn or flamethrower on your choice scarf Hydreigon? I think you're in the wrong chat. Actually, you're in the right chat to get an answer for that, but that is very off theme. Also, you should probably take U-turn. And if you're going to use a fire move, you should use Fire Blast, because choice scarf's not going to have enough. I mean, unless a Scarf Hydreigon with Flamethrower is going to be able to get rid of a Scizor or a Mega Scizor, then, which it might not get rid of Mega. You should probably use Fire Blast, though. Anyways, the Mind Stone. I'm excited to play this card alongside Tinker.
I need my charger.
Oh.
Not that one.
Oh. Where's your charger?
Isn't it plugged into this power strip down there? The big white one?
There's no big white one. I only use this. When you're like, the charger's in the computer, I'm like, got it. Okay.
No, I know where it is.
Crisis averted. Crisis averted, everybody. Oh, what up, Peps? How you doing? I'm not going to destroy her setup. Although, well, when I have to play League of Legends, and I use the word have to with purpose here. Matt Murdock, Justice Seeker, 1 and a white for a 2/2 legendary human advisor hero. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you can pay 1 generic, and when you do, you put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. And each creature with a counter on it has Ward 1. So this card is not exactly Luminarch Aspirant, but I do think this card is better than Siege Veteran by a small amount. And certainly better than Storybook Vendor, which is a card that I was pretty excited about when WoW came around. Obviously, putting counters on things has additional synergies. There are cards that are played in White X creature decks that care about having counters on them. They care about doubling counters. You know, obviously, this card with like a Scythecat Cub, this card with a Bristly Bill, this card with like Walking Ballista and whatnot can be real nasty. Giving your creatures Ward 1. Real annoying for a deck, again, that has Mother of Runes, protection cards, all that stuff. This is also a legend. Eagle-eyed viewers and followers of my Moxfield, which you can find if you go !Moxfield in chat. I'm calling it Benny Wheels' Moxfield, the #1 resource for Canadian Highlander decks used by Wizards of the Coast designers. If you use that link, you'll find that there was a Naya Legends deck I put together for filming on North 100 Showdown. Excuse me. And I realized that, hey, this is the counters deck. I think I've talked about counters a couple of times on here, and I think that there are 3 builds for counters. And I've realized that the only way to make counters work is by not caring about them that much. And so if you look at this Legends deck, this Naya Legends deck, there is a counters theme because counters are used a lot on very powerful creatures. They're used a lot to, you know, up the power level of a card, especially a card that they want people to get excited about, like a legendary creature. So there's a lot of synergy and a lot of overlap with legendary creatures and +1/+1 counters. And so that's pretty cool. But don't buy into it too hard. You don't actually need a bunch of Hardened Scales type cards. You don't need to play a bunch of junk that you would find on like an EDH rec page or whatever. You just need to have a you just need to have a couple of the cards to be like, ooh, and hey, check this out. Because +1/+1 counters are their own reward. It's making your creature bigger, making it more difficult to deal with, and pushing damage. It's already its reward. You don't need to go that hard on them. But having a Scythecat Cub, a Bristly Bill, Minskimbu using counters, Lelia uses counters, Inti uses counters. There's just a lot of overlap. You're just having one piece to be like, oh, hey, isn't this funny? I get to double the counters on my Boo token and you're dead. Or like, oh, all these things have counters, so I guess this Matt Murdock just gives my entire team Ward 1. That's kind of funny. Oh, that's cool. All these things put counters on other creatures, which means that I can find a spot where I play an Ouroboros, stack the Ouroboros with counters, and then I go to combat and it puts more counters, right? Don't overthink it. I'm a fan of this card. This is one of the cards that I'm most excited to play with in decks that I will not win a tournament at YJ with. Well, I got a text from my mom. My folks are looking after Mulder. I'm also... it's a photo of my nephew. What the hell? Didn't this baby come out like last week? Why is it so hairy and large? I guess it's a wheeler. It's a wheeler, all right. Big ass hairy baby. We need to get that kid playing Magic the Gathering stat. Stat. It will happen. Red as hell, too. I think the genetics are going to be diluted enough. Although this baby does look a little red, but I think that's just a baby. That's just a baby. Monica Rambeau. 2 and a white for a 3/3 legendary human hero with flying and prowess. And pay 2 red, white to transform Monica Rambeau. Activate only as a sorcery. And then the flip side is Photon Living Light for 2 white, red. You get a 4/4 legendary elemental hero with flying, hexproof, and prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on each other creature you control. This is a card that's really interesting to me. I look at this front side. If you have watched North 100 showdowns or North 100 set reviews, if you've watched the year end, or I guess if you watch this stream, that's basically all of you. What the fuck am I saying? If you are in tune with the things that people from Victoria, British Columbia talk about regarding Canadian Highlander, you've probably heard a player named Jason Jobin mentioned. Jason, phenomenal Magic player, especially, or rather I should say, in spite of the card choices he makes. Because that man loves mid-range. That man he's exactly what you need. Because he's a guy that is good at the game, knows how to get the most out of just playing dumb creatures, and will take cards that you dismiss because they just look mid and win tournaments with them. And win tournaments with them against a real murderer's row. And I can say this as Jason's kryptonite, because his kryptonite is my dumbass showing up with a combo deck that turn 2s him, right? So, this is a card that I saw, and I was like, well, 3 mana, 3/3, flying prowess, that's pretty good. It's a legend, there's no ETB, I don't know. I feel like this just dies when you play it. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Would Jason play this card? And I think the answer is yes. Because if you don't deal with this card, she will kill you. And God forbid they get to 5 mana, or they're patient enough and just play this for 5 mana. Because once this hits the table, you're dead. It has flying and hexproof and prowess and buffs your team. You're dead. This card is just going to kill you. It's another good example of something that I like to think of is why is this a mythic? And the answer is because this just ends the game. It's just so good at ending the game. For what it's worth, this is also a card that you shouldn't necessarily slam on turn 3. There are going to be matchups where you're like, I'm going to wait until I could cast this and have opt up or have a fatal push or something to trigger prowess to get this around a bolt or a galvanic discharge. And yeah, I'm excited to play this card. I am excited for my opponents to play this card too, because admittedly, this card is not that good against combo. Like, if this is what my opponent plays on turn 3, I am wiping the sweat from my brow and then I'm killing you. Or I'm like going like, oh, I get to stock up this turn? Sheesh. Okay. Then I stock up and then I get to kill you the next turn. But yeah, she seems quite powerful. Photon. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask some questions about these Marvel characters. Is she, because there's like 50 different versions of every single character, right? Is she Captain Marvel? She's the one Captain Marvel I've seen that doesn't have stupid hair. Ignition point for the 31st month. Welcome back, Sasquatch ass baby. Happy 31. Thank you for many years of content, or entertainment, excuse me. You said the nicer word. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you're doing well. Similar powers to Captain Marvel? Okay. I don't actually know what Captain Marvel's powers are. She glows and fires beams and flies around. Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Single white mana for a 2/1 legendary human spy hero that has Power Up. Power Up is a new ability from this set. I'm going to read it because reading... Look, Rachel, if you see this, I apologize. And I'm not trying to say anything directly about you. But I did see Rachel Weeks mention that she didn't grasp Power Up. And it happens to the best of us. This feels like a very easy ability to read. Maybe this is the most complicated version of the card. Not to get on everybody's ass, but the Power Up feels like it is an ability that you read the card and it truly explains the card. So it has, Nick Fury has a Power Up ability for Wooburg. And you can put 2 1/1 counters on Nick Fury. Then look at the top 7 cards of your library. You can put a hero, equipment, or vehicle card from among them onto the battlefield. If it's a double face card, you may transform it, and then you put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. And so what Power Up is that you can activate the Power Up ability only once, not unlike Exhaust, or not unlike Monstrosity. Reduce the cost of his reduce the cost by his mana cost if he entered this turn. So I'm going to reduce the cost of Power Up being Wooburg, by his mana cost, his being Nick Fury, which is a white, if he entered this turn. So if I play Nick Fury, I've paid it for its mana cost, or it's entered the battlefield. That means the Power Up ability is reduced by his cost. So the Power Up is white, blue, black, red, green, minus white equals cost. So what I've done here is I've read the ability and I have understood the ability. Thank you. I really just wanted to mention this card because it's a Savannah Lions that is a legendary creature that I think might be relevant for the aforementioned mono white Legends Matter deck. I'm not even looking to invalidate, or to not invalidate. I'm not even looking to take advantage of the Power Up. I just want to play this as a 1-drop legendary creature with 2 power. The human part ain't nothing, but like for this Legends Matters deck, again, you just need a density of 1 drop so that you can really be aggressive. Get that Yoshimaru triggering, get this card into Flowering the White Tree, hit somebody for 4. That's pretty spicy. I will say, this card's really funny because CDH players are losing their mind over it. And as, you know, a fan of fake formats like Canadian Highlander, the fact that CDH players are like, this is just like a 1 mana card in the command zone that also gives you 5 colors of mana. So you just get to build like a 5-color storm pile with a 1-drop in the command zone so you can sack it to like your Culling Rituals or your Infernal Plunge or whatever. That's so funny. If you want to cast it and immediately power up, you're just paying the power up cost on the card with no mental math needed. Yeah. But like, I look, I get it. I'm I'm not a math guy, but I'm an arithmetic guy. I don't get it. It's real simple. You take this, if you want to play it and then power it up immediately, you take this number and minus this. It's power up minus cost. Anyways, I almost broke Angel's setup, so I'm gonna. You don't get it? What part? All right, we're moving on. We're moving on. Woo! Favorite card of the set alert: Night Nurse, Healer of Heroes. 1 and a white for a 2/1 legendary human doctor hero with flash, lifelink, and when Night Nurse enters, you choose target permanent card in your graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. Return it to your hand. This card is great. It is very similar to Samwise the Stout-Hearted, except the words on it matter more. Samwise the Stout-Hearted has the ring tempts you, which there are some cool synergies with this that you'll see if you watch an upcoming North 100 Showdown. The ring tempting you does make a creature legendary, which means Caracasing your own creature is kind of exciting. But this card being able to return a permanent that was put there any way possible, including from discard, including from somebody milling you, doesn't happen that often, but it could be yourself. Like you could surveil land, put something in the graveyard, Night Nurse, and return that card. That's exciting. But I'm mostly just excited to have redundancy on a Samwise effect. Samwise is a very good Magic card. Just a 2-mana, 2-power flash creature that can be Caracased by yourself. It's not that big of a deal if your opponent Caracases it. That you can then use it to rebuy things that have died, lands that you've used, solitudes that have been evoked, you wasteland them, you Samwise it back, you play it, you wasteland them, that kind of thing. Really good play patterns surrounding Samwise the Stout-Hearted. And those play patterns carry over to Night Nurse, but we've opened it up to additional play patterns, focusing on I'm going to return something that I want to have in my hand. And I think that's really cool. Pairing that with Lifelink, real nice. Because this is the kind of card that... Samwise is the kind of card that works really well if you're also on the back foot of being in a spot where you're like, oh no, they killed my thing, and they're trying to run me over. Well, I have Samwise to get back the thing that that got blown up, and now I have a Samwise to block your attacker, and I'm able to make some progress. I'm able to recover. I'm able to kind of play from the back foot, but keep my card flow up. This is another card that lets you do that, but the lifelink makes it even more appealing as a recovery tool. Plus, I like the way the card is looking at me. I gotta say, though, she is she's mugging the camera. She is staring down the camera in a way where she's mad at me. What did I do? It's I know you're out there helping people, but did you have to go and get beat up? You're gonna die. You're gonna get your ass killed one of these days. Anyways, I really like this card. I'm a big fan of this card. Excited to play with it in multiple decks. Queen Mother Ramonda. 3 white for a 3/5 legendary human noble. When Queen Mother Ramonda enters, you become the monarch. And as long as you're the monarch, creatures with power 2 or less can't attack you. We've kind of moved away from the monarchy in Canadian Highlander. It shows up on some cards, Palace Jailer, Silsees, a little bit of play. Fourth Aerolingus, obviously, very powerful card, pointed card as well, introduces the monarchy. Aragorn introduces the monarchy and shows up in, one of the best decks in the format, Jeskai midrange, or Jeskai, full stop. But we aren't really playing the Thorn of the Black Rose as much. We're not really seeing the dedicated Monarch decks. The Initiative got introduced, and then that became kind of a better version of the Monarch in a lot of senses. Not they're different, so it's not going to be better every single time, but it provides a shitload of value and actually ends the game. Whereas the Monarchy, just sometimes you draw a land for your turn and a land for the Monarch, and you're like, uh-oh. And then the Initiative, it didn't die off. The Initiative is still a very powerful tool that gets played. You still see a lot of the very powerful Initiative cards that saw play at the beginning of their introduction. They still see play. White Plume Adventurer is a pointed card and still sees play at a point. And obviously, like, Seasoned Engineer is quite strong. Caves of Chaos Adventurer, Undermounted Adventurer, all that stuff. This card is... So the initiative took over the Monarchy, and, like, we haven't really seen a ton of, like, initiative.deck. It still shows up, and when it does, it will play some of these Monarch cards as well. Like, it'll play, like, a Palace Jailer. Likely to play a Palace Jailer. You know, if it's in the colors, it could play an Aragorn or whatever. But the Monarch isn't what it used to be. That said, I want to talk about this card because as long as you're the Monarch, creatures with power 2 or less can't attack you. Real fucking annoying. There are matchups where this line of text is just going to completely brick them. Or brick them in a way where it's going to be so difficult for them to take the Monarchy. As well as, what is the primary, like, out of all the cards I mentioned with the Monarchy, what's the most popular card among those to introduce the Monarchy or take it back? Right? Like, if you Palace Jailer, obviously it becomes the Monarch and you get rid of this. But, like, you're not going to be able to fourth Aerlingus. Those Knights can't attack unless they get bigger. So, like, there's a built-in, like, I'm the Monarch and Also, you don't have to deal with the, like, I'm the Monarch, and somebody's like, okay, end of turn, I'm going to flash out a Malcolm and take it back. Right? There is a downside with the fact that this card is obviously a 5-mana card, and it's a legend. So getting this Caracas can be kind of annoying, but also you're kind of playing ping pong with the Monarchy. You're likely in the losing spot if that's happening, but it's not a pure downside. I just think it's a very interesting ability stapled onto a card that introduces the Monarchy. And I'm not jumping at the opportunity to play this card, but it's something that I'm going to keep in, like, my back pocket as, like, wouldn't it be cool if I played it in this kind of deck or built a deck around this kind of thing. Quake, Agent of Shield, 2 and a white for a 3/3 legendary Inhuman spy hero. With whenever you cast a non-creature spell, tap target creature or land. I'm not going to comment on... I don't think this card is going to be playable in Canadian Highlander. My gut reaction is that this card is not playable in Canadian Highlander. But what do you mean I can tap their lands? What do you mean I can cast Opt and tap down their land? That seems real rude. Like, again, it's a 3-mana 3/3 without an ETB that happens to be a legend. But, like, tapping down their lands? I can see a world where this card is a real fucking nuisance. I think it's a little too weak for our format, but it's just I had to express this thought in front of some humans. I think I did on the PPR too, where I played this card. I'm like, what do you mean I can tap your lands? I guess it cares about or sorry, not it cares. What am I trying to say here? I don't know what I'm trying to say. Tapping creatures is also not nothing. I said it on North 100. I talked about this card on the set review. Damn. Anyways, kind of a powerful ability, but, like, a little too vulnerable. If this shit's a 2/4, I think I'm playing it. Like, if this card survives, if this card's a different card, I'm playing it. But if this card had a little more survivability, like even as like a 1/4 or something, like you can remove its offensive capabilities, and I'm like, okay, I might give this a whirl. The Spear of Bashenga. 4 and a white for a legendary artifact equipment. When the spear enters, if there is no monarch, you become the monarch. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance. Whenever equipped creature attacks the monarch, destroy target tap non-land permanent that player controls. And equip for 2. That's kind of cool. Being able to tutor up a card to introduce the monarchy is pretty interesting. We have a torch that could introduce the initiative that has seen a little bit of play when people experiment with equipment decks, or even if people are playing Stoneforge Mystic in their initiative deck. Introducing the monarchy is kind of funny. I don't like that if the monarchy is already introduced, you can't take it back. So it means like flickering this if somebody takes the monarchy. Doesn't really have the gameplay. Destroying a non-land tap permanent opponent controls It's kind of interesting. You can blow up some mana dorks. Obviously, the play pattern of I put this on a creature after you've taken the monarchy, I attack you and I kill the thing that took the monarchy from the first place is kind of nice. Just a unique effect attached to equipment. I would like to do some more experimentation into the equipment decks. I think that there's an equipment shell out there. We've seen some equipment decks put in work, but like the equipment with ETBs, like the Meteor Sword, the Cauldron Complete. Well, Cauldron Complete doesn't have an ETB, but you know what I mean. I mean, it does, the living weapon, but like the Meteor Sword decks, some of the Philia decks that we've seen in other formats. Obviously, we don't have the redundancy, but we do have a variety of ways of getting these things into play and flickering them. And, you know, we have fast mana and Tellurian Academy. So kind of a neat avenue to look at. Vark, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. And Stardak for the 11th month. What up, what up? How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to have another spoonful of this yogurt that's not particularly good. Matter of fact, I'm going to kill it. I'm just killing it. This is not great. Not great yogurt. 12 grams of protein. Not worth it. Not worth it. Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes. 1 white for a 2/2. Legendary Human Soldier Hero. Winter Soldier enters tapped. Yep. Remember the Legendary Creatures deck I mentioned? I'll play it in that. If you're playing a very aggressive like mono white humans list, which would have played what is your name? Wolf Cove Villager, which is a non-legendary version of this card, then maybe you could play this as well. It's tough. It's tough playing these. It's tough for me to play these locally. There's not a massive amount of combo running around at the Yellow Jacket community, in the YJ community. And a lot of the combo degens are, like I can't come out every single week. You know, sometimes Peps shows up and his deck has 140 cards, or he's like, I'm going to Ancestral Recall and play Flage. It's like, come on, dog. We need you tinkering. We need you tapping that Tellurian Academy. And so some of the mono white decks are a little tough to play in a room full of like Jund midrange and Jeskai control. But I don't think this card's that bad. And this archetype's that bad. It's just hard to be like, all right, I'm going to play this and I just have to accept that like I may lose the matchup lottery and get my ass beat. Or specifically this version of that deck, the more aggressive version of the deck, which I don't think it means the deck is bad. I missed my resub, such a streamer move. Imagine caring whether or not the streamer doesn't say your name on a resub. How parasocial can we get? Cheerbinger for the 42nd month. Happy 8 years streaming. Looking forward to meeting you in Amsterdam. Got your ass, and also thank you so much for all the support. Amsterdam is going to be dope. I can't wait. Angel and I are going to be there. There's going to be a ton of people from Loading Ready Run there. We're going to be jamming some Canlander. Come by, say hi. It'll be a blast. I missed yours too. No, I'm pretty sure I said thank you to Sibwow. Also, yeah, I'm on a weirdo setup. I don't have my stuff in front of me. You're here. I think I said hello. I definitely said hello. Nobody checked the tape. Nobody checked the tape. I definitely said hello to you, Sibwow, for the 87th month. Anybody else? 81st? Anybody else want to air some grievances? Anybody else? Now's the time. I'm going to go grab a drink, so if you want to air some grievances or tell me what I missed, do it now. Oh, God, that chair is so low on the ground. No, if I go higher, then I can't. My voice doesn't travel. I I guess you wonder where I've been. Oh. Check this out. I think I showed it on stream because I brought some back to Canada. But Angel ordered like 4 12-packs of the limited edition Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut. This is 0 sugar. This is the best soda I've ever had. It's so good. When are we getting a Mahjong slop stream? Maybe that should be my slop stream for Tuesday. I should play Mahjong. I have been jamming Mahjong again. And regrettably, I've been winning. The Lesser Gatsby, welcome back for the 14th month. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for all the support. Ben, do you think there's a deck for Second Spell Matters in Canlander? I think that there are cards that care about you casting a second spell that you can play because they have a high enough rate to take advantage of. I don't think it's something worth building around. I think you are better off building around cards that are like, why build around casting multiple spells when those individual, like, to include cards that aren't good if you're just casting one spell, you know what I mean? But I don't mean in like the prowess sense. I mean like, this is a format where every spell should matter. All spells matter. I don't know. Card quality is so good. Why make it harder on yourself? On to blue. This is a card that I didn't include in a Merfolk deck we recorded on North 100 Showdown, but I could maybe see it. Atlantean Skirmisher, 1 in a blue for a 1/2 Merfolk Rogue. Whenever this creature attacks, it connives. You draw a card, then discard a card, and if you discard an online... why am I reading connive? Why am I reading connive? Want to take that one again? I don't even know what I said. In one ear, out the other. Take away your air, and you're nothing but food for the crabs. Take away your crabs, and you're nothing but air for your food. Me to people from Baltimore. The more I look at this card, the more I'm like, nah, I don't think you need it. Having more 2-drops in Merfolk is nice. I think I'm slowly kind of figuring out the best way to play Merfolk. Slowly, but surely. I like the Merfolk deck I put together. I think not green. I think blue-white is the way to go. Shark alert! Shark alert! Atuma, Atlantean Warlord. 2 and 2 blue for a 3/4 legendary Merfolk Warrior villain. Other Merfolk you control get +1/+1. Whenever one or more Merfolk you control attack a player, draw a card. This is a Merfolk Lord that triggers on attacks and draws you cards and is mono blue. I would consider playing this in Merfolk because even though it's a 4-drop, it's a 4-drop that replaces itself and buffs your team. Thank you for listening. It's not a tuna. How many fucking Eternal products does this set have? A ton, but don't worry. How much product there is has no real relevance on how many individual cards you pick up and play in your deck. Or rather, it shouldn't. Thanks for listening. Daughter of the Deep. 1 in a blue for a 2/1 Merfolk Noble. Whenever you draw your second spell each turn, create a 1/1 blue Merfolk token. You can pay a blue and tap. Target Merfolk can't be blocked this turn. I gotta tell you, maybe not to side tangent too hard, and not to blow up anybody's spot here, but people that are like, yeah, there's a shitload of product, but realistically, out of all those cards, how many of those cards do you care about? You don't need to care about that much. It's like people complaining about there being like 80 Vivilion or like Alcremie forms. It's like, I guess that's a lot to take to look after, but like, does it matter to you? You just pick the one you like. You have to read them all to know, though. No, it's okay to not. You don't have to do anything, dog. This is a hobby. You don't have to do anything. You can just chill. You can just wait. Vivilion? Isn't Vivilion its name? Angel, what's the name of the weird butterfly? It's Vivilion, right? I know I'm the Pokemon man, but you're the one that collects Pavilion. The issue is more about them being unavailable and expensive with all the product. What? You buy singles. Don't you buy singles? All these cards are going to be worth $0.25. Scythecat Cub? That's a rare instance of them being like, oh, this card's really juiced. And also the production, that's a Foundation's Jumpstart production issue as well. Vivian? I don't actually know what this Pokemon's name is. How much is a single Mind Stone or a Soul Stone? I don't know. Because if I don't personally want it, so I haven't looked into it. And so I'm free of that information. And I can feel how light my shoulders are. If you want it, you can figure it out. And if there are other cards that you don't want, you don't have to figure it out. But also, it's a lot less than I imagine. If I picked the number, I'd say the Soul Stone is probably like, what, $25? Vivian? Oh, I thought it was Vivilion, not Vivillon. No, wait, the Soul Stone's $80? What is wrong with Commander players? Damn, I'm learning. You can't look at the Mind Stone. This card's not even out. Damn. I sold my fancy Soul Stone at the right time is what I'm learning. Spider-Man was not a heavily open set. I think it was heavily open. It just wasn't opened by people that go to LGSs. Hershey Bar for the 54th month. Welcome back. Marvel set review today? I thought slop streams were for Tuesday. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Isn't it the 6th selling set of all time? Yeah, but people with zero confirmed information will tell you something that they heard from Carrot Cake and say it as though it's fact. Or they'll say something like, I mean, or they say, Magic players are so fucking weird. You know, I heard there was a quote, and don't get my ass too hard because this is a Northern Lion quote, but there was a Northern Lion quote that I heard that it's so perfect for just streaming and like being a streamer and dealing with dealing makes it sound like this is a struggle, but like, you know, I engage with a bunch of card game nerds on a day-to-day basis. And I see their reactions to things that they don't really have to care about. You don't need to have an opinion on it. You don't need to let it be all-consuming. If it's something you don't like, you can step away from it. But they don't. And so the quote that I heard was, the more I go outside, the more I realize you don't. And it's like, yeah. You know what? Oh, Angel, I broke something. Nope, never mind. It's just the headphones. It's like, yeah, the more I come into tune with my relationship with Magic the Gathering, as both a fan of the game for, 25 years, right? As somebody that has been playing this game longer than some of you have been alive, and somebody that plays this game, talks about this game for a living, like, you can just not engage and be a happier and healthier individual if it's not, and I'm not telling you to completely disengage, right? Because, like, you gotta like the mechanics. Surely you enjoy the mechanics of this game. And it's not just because of the pictures or the words on it. Right? Spider-Man is bad for the health of the game. What's the point of pretending it isn't? What do you mean by that, though? What do you mean it's bad for the health of the game? I don't enjoy Spider-Man as a theme. as a set. I think they should make fewer sets out of the, like, in a year. And I don't think they should focus on these small sets. Right? Like, but to say it's bad for the health of the game, what do you mean by that? That's a nothing statement. I like some individual cards from Spider-Man's. Spider's-Man's. There's too many damn legendaries in the UB product. What does that have to do with anything? We are way too far down the line of legendary. Like, we have passed the point of legendary cards being a mechanical feature, right? Aside from very specific niche interactions or interactions involving eternal legal cards, which help limit the amount of these legends you run into. Give you back your 4-ofs? Hold on. So you don't... Just to examine this, you play 60 card formats and you find it annoying that there are so many legendaries because it makes you play fewer play sets in your deck. But that means you get to play with different cards. That means you have a larger variety of individual cards that you're registering. Your deck list is now not just 5 columns of 4 of 4 of 4 of 4 of. That's good. That's good. I don't know. Yeah, it's I don't know. My relationship with this has been like, hey, I wish it wasn't this, and because of that, there are certain features of Universes Beyond product I ignore. For instance, there are not a ton of commander decks that I build involving UB Legends because I'm not invested in these cards beyond their mechanics. But when it comes to something like Vintage Cube, or a 60 card constructed format, or Canadian Highlander, I don't give a shit what the art and the flavor is. If Poopy the Happy Clown enters the battlefield and draws me 2 cards if I have an artifact, I'm playing Poopy. You know? What if you like playing Standard and Standard is full of expensive commander staples? Those cards don't get played in Standard. You can't do this to me. What's your ranking? Where are you at on the ladder, dog? I hate all these expensive commander staples that I'm playing. Anyways, I'll make this 1/1 Otter with Prowess. Roaming Throne saw play in Standard? Yeah. But that's happened before. It's not like this is a unique thing. This shit happened before UB. This shit happened before Commander. If anything, having these Commander staples in Standard product is what you want. Because all the really expensive Commander cards don't see that much play in Constructed or at all. But then the cheap ones you want, or the ones that you want for Constructed are cheap. They're going to keep printing IP sets is bad. The fact that they make a new, worse version of Draft is bad. Scalpers are the biggest consumer demographic is bad. And there's a card called Selfless Police Captain is bad. Yeah, the glazing found in product that focuses specifically on a North American or an American culture, the glazing of the military, the police, and the justice system is bad. Yeah, that's bad. But also, it's not surprising. Have you talked to Americans? No offense. You're the good. You're in the category of people that if you express your opinion, you'd get fired from your job, though. That's a good thing. Well, it's not a good thing, but... Anyways. I don't know where that came from. I mean, I think it was the talking about all there's this stuff. They banned Crusade for being culturally insensitive, which is good, and then they printed the Knights Templar. Well, no, that's not good because Crusade isn't. Your takes are all over the place, a Ghost Avian. I get that we as humans are complex individuals. I'm trying to like place you on like a political compass of sort. And I'm shaking the 8-ball and it's giving me a big question mark. Radical centrism, hell yeah. Their politics are hate WotC. That's fair. Oops, sorry. It's good that they banned it. I personally, I don't think it's good that they banned a card. It's good that they banned cards that use derogatory terms towards racial minorities or, slurs or depictions of like insensitive racial depictions. All that is good. You don't want that in your game. Should never have been in the game in the first place. But the word crusade, that's just a word that gets used. If you want to get rid of that art, you could ban that art. Again, this is just focusing on the Americanism of Magic the Gathering, which is a big problem. You've joined it at a good time for a normal Magic conversation. Where do I fall on the change the use of shaman in recent Magic? I mean, the concept of shamanism, when looked through the lens of North American fantasy, is often a stereotypical portrayal of the beliefs and cultures of indigenous people, and is usually not good. I'd say that's all right. Anyways, I want to get back to talking about these Marvel cards, because I have Daughter of the Deep here, and it might be a playable merfolk. Maybe. I haven't actually thought about it that much. This is 1 in a blue. This is a 2/1. That says whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 blue merfolk token that has pay a blue, tap. Target merfolk can't be blocked this turn. Yeah, that second ability is pretty good. Pushing through damage is pretty good. Drawing a second card each turn can happen. Like there's the Atuma, which is a merfolk that does that. Obviously, if you're in blue, you're going to have ways of drawing additional cards. You also have a variety of other effects on a merfolk that let you draw. Like we have that Connive merfolk. Some of the explore stuff, maybe not, but like, we've got Svelun, the giant fish lady god, got a lot of stuff that you could draw an additional card. I just don't think that first ability is happening that much, but maybe it's okay that you can just play a 2-drop. Did I see that World Cup tourist in the New Jersey deli that kind of looks like you? See, anytime somebody says this, I'm going to be so wildly offended, but let me look it up. World Cup deli. You got the video? You got that lighter, man? World Cup Delhi, New Jersey? World Cup tourists making their way to MetLife. Can somebody post it in the Discord so I can see it? I mean, this is... Yeah, I'll open this external link. Probably not on here. Oh, do I have to log in? I don't want to log in. I also don't want to dox Angel. I don't want to look at this. Can somebody just post it in the Discord so I can see it on my phone? I'll take it in Gen chat. I'll take it in stream discussion. I'll take it wherever, baby. Okay, this guy actually kind of looks like me. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, my jawline's a bit nicer. My breasts are smaller, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Well done. Well done. You dodged the classic of, hey, this guy looks like you, and then it's just any fat guy. Don't type Wheeler Tourist Big Naturals in chat. Anyways, I'm moving on. We got a cool card. Fantastic Elasticity. 2 and a blue. I thought that I heard Angel get up and started charging at me, presumably after hearing Wheeler Tourist Big Naturals. 2 and a blue for a sorcery. You choose one. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Or return target instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. And has rebound. Oh, looks like you got caught apologizing. Interesting. I think this card's quite good. It can play a build your own Eternal Witness, Time Walk, Ephemerate kind of thing. Am I frozen? No. You could also just, the play pattern with this card outside of taking infinite turns is pretty disgusting, right? Like, you can play, like, bounce your thing, and then go back to my turn, and now I get to assess the board in my upkeep and decide whether or not I just want to bounce another thing with my mana up, or I want to return a removal spell to deal with it permanently. Like, I get to... this isn't a great usage of the mana, but like returning a piece of hand attack and then bouncing your thing and then I hand attack you is pretty fun. I think this card's pretty good. I'm a fan of this card. I like it when you get to make... like, you get an immediate decision and then you get to have a follow-up decision for free, right? Like, hey. All right, the other cat is left. Okay, bye. Okay, bye, long boy. Like, being able to say, I'm spending this mana, I'm getting this effect, I'm getting the best effect at the given time that I'm casting this. And then I get it again, and now I get to make my decision based on what has happened, right? Like, you could also have a spot where it's like, I'm going to tap out, return the swords to plowshares. Untap, rebound trigger on the stack. I'm going to swords your creature. Swords goes to the yard. Rebound, I'll return swords. Swords you. I have 2 mana up. That's a counter spell. You know, bada bing, bada boom. Pretty nice. I'm excited for this card when it's doing broken things, right? Returning, copies of Time Walk, or returning like a tutor target, returning Ancestral Recall. But I'm also just excited to play this card when it's returning cheap interactive spells. Ironheart, Clever Champion. 4 and a blue for a 3/4 legendary artifact human hero with improvise, flying, and non-creature spells you cast have improvise. So check out the box. This is for another Mirror Enforcer type card. We have another Mirror Enforcer that you can play. It's fine. Improvise and Affinity. Obviously, Improvise is a lot different from Affinity. But in a format like Canadian Highlander, the way that you get to up to Affinity is often just... it covers the Improvise cost anyways, right? Like, the way that you hit these higher counts of artifacts often involve playing a series of artifacts that are cheap, that just kind of sit around on the board doing nothing, that you don't mind tapping, right? Like an egg, or like you take a turn off of using your Ghost Vacuum, or you tap a Shadow Spear, or like a skateboard, or you tap a servo token, or, some artifact with an ETB that you're not using. You tap a game object, a clue, a map token, whatever. you've played Kappa Cannoneer. You probably played against Kappa Cannoneer, so you understand, like, yeah, Improvise does play pretty similarly to Canadian Highlander to Affinity in Canadian Highlander. Having flying on a 3/4 is pretty nice, obviously. Like, you get some evasion and you get the ability to dodge some of the red removal. And then giving non-creature spells Improvise is also pretty nice. It's not going to come up all the time, but being able to, say, draw a Nettle Cyst, play a Nettle Cyst, and immediately equip it without having to pay the additional 3 is pretty nice. Or just having more mana for things on your opponent's turn, or being able to, use more activated abilities. I get to skip the cost of this thing so that I can then use my Retrofitter Foundry more. It's kind of nice. I don't think we are doing anything too combo oriented with this card. Like, this card in Paradox Engine, there are some loops that you can play, but it's a little tough. It's a little tough to justify playing this when you don't need that much help for Paradox Engine. But I think this card is fine. 3/4 flyer. It's cheaper. Can make other things cheaper, and you're really just looking for density. I will say this. There are a couple of these in this set, and we got one in Turtles in the form of Utral Monitor. I think the Affinity with Mirror Enforcer type cards deck has been a bit of a fan favorite. Certainly, it's something that Nelson really enjoys. I mean, Serge and I like artifacts, right? Like the North 100 crew likes artifacts. Our listener base likes artifacts. They're fun. It's a broken thing. Who wouldn't want to play these cards? Competitively, they haven't been good. Let's be real. Competitively, they're not that great. There are better things to do with your artifacts. Better things to tap a Tolarian Academy for. I think that this archetype has potential, competitive potential, but we need to reevaluate what it's doing. And I hate to throw praise onto Pauper, but unfortunately I'm going to do it a couple of times during this set review. I think maybe this deck needs to look to Pauper and say, hey, we are going to be a deck that draws like 3 cards every single turn, just, churns through our deck, and then plays, 8 power on the board for free. Then you need to deal with it, and if you deal with it, doesn't matter, because I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to do it again. And you just do it over and over again. What's wrong with praising Pauper? Have you talked to people that only play Pauper? They rub their nipples. They jerk off anytime anytime anything vaguely positive of Pauper gets brought up, they will not shut the fuck up about it. I like Pauper, but let's be real, dog. The format has a lot of gameplay issues, a lot of play pattern issues, right? No format is really without those, but there's this tendency within the Pauper playing community, and I say this as somebody that played so much fucking Pauper. It was my format that I played on Magic Online. It's come on, dog. The glazing has to stop. Let's be a little more realistic. Let's be real here. Isn't it sick? I get to put 15 power on the board because I get to play 4 Brainstorm, 4 Ponder, 4 whatever. Or no, you don't understand. It's cool because what I do is I never actually cast a spell other than, Fire Blasting you and Lava Darting you and Sneaky Snackers come into play, or, it's just, I like Pauper. But the second you talk positively about Pauper, the Pauper players come out of the woodworks. And they act like God's given earth to Magic the Gathering. When clearly that should be reserved for Cube. Nothing bad ever happens in Cube. Namor the Submariner. 1 blue for a legendary mutant merfolk villain. For a star 4 with flying. Namor's power is equal to the number of merfolk you control. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with 1 or more blue mana symbols in its mana cost, create that many 1/1 blue merfolk creature tokens. Notably, this cast trigger doesn't actually care about the like actual mana spent. So we've seen that in more recent years where they don't actually, it says like you have to spend at least 4 mana on a spell and you get a thing. It's like, well, I don't want to do that. I just want to cast Force of Will. If I Force of Will something with Namor in play, I get to make 2 1/1s. That's kind of nice. This gets very large, or at the very least reasonably large in a Merfolk deck. Flying is also nice too. It provides a level, some evasion for the deck that can punch through even if my opponent doesn't have an island, which, can be a bit of an issue. I will say it is still a 4-drop, or still a 3-drop. Merfolk has so many 3-drops. It is a 3-drop that doesn't die to bolt. That's not nothing. Merfolk is a deck that can deal with Caracas pretty easily if it's worried about getting, all of its legends bounced and whatnot. Yeah. This card's okay. I found out that Namor is he like one of the first comic book characters to fly? And that he has flying because he's got a little wings on his feet? This seems like this is a character, as somebody that knows nothing about the comics, or very little, this is a character that looks like he got wings added to his feet, like on the playground. You know what I mean? Like you're like playing superheroes with your friends and you're the one that has to be the Aquaman or whatever. And you're like, oh, and I can fly. And they're like, what? No, you're the ocean guy. And you're like, no, I actually have wings on my feet. And that let me swim really fast, but also that's how I fly. And you're like, okay. Also, is he a villain? I thought he wasn't a villain anymore. Thank you. My wife brought me a sandwich unasked for, by the way. She sighed so loud. Gecko Gamer for the 5th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Good evening. And a very merry evening to you too. Thank you so much for all the support. And there was somebody else. I don't want to miss out on too many of you. Brain Fist for the 23rd month as well. How you doing? How you been? Oh, there's a parasocial emote? Oh, that's so good. He goes back and forth. He's an asshole. He fought Nazis with Captain America. So he's the guy in the friend group that you hate. That's a bit of a jerk, but like at the end of the day, he'll beat the shit out of a Nazi. And so you're like, well, okay. His personal goals are aligned with heroes. Or are they? I don't know. I'm going to take a bite of this turkey sandwich. He's constantly trying to get with Sue Storm. That's kind of funny. I mean, it's creepy, but that's kind of funny. Beat the shit out of a Nazi because he thinks his people are cooler more than any principal. Okay, I got it. So he's he beats the shit out of the Nazi because he's like, how dare you say that? How dare you spew this rhetoric? You are not the superior being. The Atlanteans are the superior beings. And everybody's like, oh, no, hold on. This is a really good sandwich. Thank you. Everybody say thank you to Angel. This is a really good sandwich. Holy. I have so many cards to talk about. I can't be staring at Namor. Oh, okay. Pim Particles. Single blue for a sorcery. Target creature gains vigilance until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. Draw a card. I like talking about these cards anytime they show up. This is, again, an underrated, underappreciated aspect, or underappreciated archetype in the format, which is a shame. It's really hard to win a tournament with a deck like this, but it's really easy to go 3-1. Like a blue-red prowess deck, blue-red kind of Kiln Fiend style deck. You can add green. You could honestly, there's so many different colors that you can kind of build into this, but basically they're like, I'm going to kill you with combat damage by playing a bunch of spells, doing the Vivi thing, doing the Quarry Steelcutter thing, whatever. It is, at the end of the day, a 1 mana card that replaces itself and pushes damage. But what I want to talk about is the way that this card got mentioned on social media is so fucking funny to me. Because somebody with like a reasonable-ish following just posted this card and went, oh my fucking god. This is so insane. And they were like some incredible vague posting, by the way. I think I hate vague posting, but some of the best vague posting comes from a product like this where you have people from all different, not just from different like fandoms, but also within those fandoms, different subsections. Because you got one there was a quote tweet or something that was like, I don't know why people are freaking out about this. Like, this isn't even that good in standard. Like, why are we worried about this? Another person's like, this isn't breaking standard or blue-red. We already have Enter the Enigma, and that sees like basically no play. You had Commander people being like, oh, like, this is just another effect, like, where you push Commander damage. You had people being like, why does blue give vigilance? You had standard players mad at Commander players for thinking this is broken. You had, in Commander, you had, like, modern players mad at Commander players that got into standard or limited thinking it was broken. And it was all tied back to this original post. This original post was just somebody reacting to the depiction of Pim Particles on a Magic card. It wasn't related to Magic the Gathering at all. It was just a reaction to, like, wow, this is how they're depicting Pim Particles on a... It was so fucking funny. Like, I was on my timeline. I just kept seeing it. I'm like, what the hell? Why is this causing such a ruckus? Like, this card's fine. It's good, but it's not like, it's not breaking any format. It's something you already have. It was the kind of card that I saw. I'm like, why is anybody except for like a Canlander degen or like a Marvel fan talking about this? Or like a limited fan. And yeah, it's so funny. This is why I can't get off Twitter. I mean, I can't get off Twitter because I need it for work, but I don't really look at Twitter that often. But like, Magic players on Twitter are so funny. It is like, if you are active on Twitter on Magic the Gathering, it must be a humiliation kink. Because even if you are the kind of like pseudo irony poisoned, like, why don't you play a real format like I do, modern, and it's like, dog, you don't even know what day 2 smells like. It, like, even if you're in that, like, it's gotta be a humiliation kink. Like, why would you do this? Why would you be involved? But yeah, the artwork on this is incredible. Eli Manaya, like, I'm pretty sure they did some of the stuff in the Commander product. It looks pretty good. I like their style quite a bit. Is Janet related to Dick? Good joke. Janet Van Dyne. Very close. Very close. Finally, we get to talk about the actual best card in the set. Rescue, Pepper Potts. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 legendary artifact creature. She's a human hero with flash, flying. When she enters, you return up to one other target creature or artifact or creature you control to its owner's hand. If it was an artifact, put a 1/1 counter on rescue. Great. I'm obsessed with the Pixie deck in Highlander now. I was playing an Esper Pixie deck that was quite good. I want to make some additional tinkering to this Esper Pixie list. It's something that is going to be plaguing me, which is a shame because I just started winning again. I just realized, I should be playing Tinker and Black Lotus and Dark Ritual and Time Vault, and I need to get back to my roots. But then I have this kind of shit pop up. I'm like, oh god, what if I returned Tithing Blade? The fact that I could play Rescue, return my Tithing Blade, or my Ichor Wellspring, or my Cryogen Relic. And then I can Caracas her. Oh, yeah. I have Mardu Pixie built that I'm going to be taking to the shop in Renton on Thursday when we go to play Highlander. I'm excited to try it out. I don't know where else you would play it. You can technically combo with this card, but why do that when you could just return your Glinthawk or save your like Ambrosia or your Philia or whatever. Yeah, it's really sick. Shuri, Wakandan Inventor. I'm going to take a bite of my Sammy 1 second. The sandwich is still as good. I really like this bread. It's like a thin sliced whole wheat bread. The tomato is surprisingly flavorful, frankly. Very straightforward sandwich. The turkey's great. I picked this card to eat the sandwich on because it kind of speaks for itself. We finally figured out a way to break Time Vault. Thank God. Thoughts on horseradish on a sandwich? I love horseradish. It's great. I like making a horseradish mayo. Okay. Shuri, Wakandan Inventor. 1 and blue for a 2/1 legendary human artificer hero. Artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. You can pay 1 generic and tap her to make target artifact you control a copy of target artifact you control until end of turn, a second target artifact. Except it isn't legendary, and you do it only as a sorcery. Cost reduction on artifacts, less important than you'd think, but has some play to it for sure. I'm not going to pretend like that's flavor text. It can be helpful at setting up your board, spewing out your hand, and finding combo lines that you might not have without this card. Then the real line of text here is this tap ability. Making an artifact you control a copy of another artifact is pretty good when you make your, your clue token into a copy of your Time Vault. So she acts as a type of voltaic key as well. But she provides additional value beyond that. People are mentioning, with the One Ring, where you can make an artifact the copy of the One Ring, and you get to draw some additional cards. You can make it there are certain artifacts maybe you want to put in the graveyard to rebuy an ETB, so you make it a copy of an artifact that would sacrifice itself. Being able to say this clue token is now a Grim Monolith to have additional mana is pretty sexy. There's just play going on with this. Even if it's just I'm going to make this construct into, or sorry, this I don't know, this Seed of the Synod into a Construct and attack for even more damage is pretty cool. I expect this to see some play in the Time Vault decks, or certainly that's the starting place. She's not like, damn, this is a game changer. This is gonna be like, watch out, Time Vault's gonna go up a point or whatever. But she does have some interesting play. Saheeli Sublime Artificer is one of my favorite cards in the format. One of the cards where like people will look at it, read it, figure out that it's in German, and just ask what it does. I tell them and they shrug it off, and then they lose to it every single time. Like, you have to kill Saheeli Sublime Artificer, or she will take over the game. Really hard to do when she has 5 starting loyalty and makes blockers for playing Magic the Gathering. But, you know, you got to get rid of her. And Shuri doesn't have the Saheeli's primary mode, which is just every artifact also makes other artifacts, or every non-creature makes artifacts, and those artifacts kill people. But the whole copying ability, whew, when that does the damn thing, it's pretty nice. So yeah, excited to try out Shuri. Damn. Oh fuck. Oh god, I forgot about this card. Oh god. Super Intelligence. Single blue for an enchantment aura, enchant creature. Beginning of the upkeep of enchanted creature's controller, that player draws a card. This is a weird one. It can play like a Curiosity. You don't draw a card the turn it comes into play, which is a bit of a downside. But you do draw a card even if you don't attack, which can be an upside. I'm willing to try this out in Flying Men. But I mostly just like the artwork. It's so funny. I think this card's okay. I think Curiosities are pretty strong. Being able to draw an additional card a turn in a deck that, you know, plays a bunch of protection spells, a bunch of counter spells. It's pretty nice. The fact that you don't get the card immediately, though, is a legitimate knock against this card, right? Like, the play pattern of, like, I have my stupid creature, and I put a Curiosity on it, and I've hit my opponent, and I've drawn a card immediately, means I'm replacing my Curiosity. So I paid a mana for it, sure, and I'm down a card, but I'm now up a card, or I'm now card neutral. Like, I pay the card, I draw no card. And if they kill my creature that it's enchanted on, that stinks, but they paid a removal spell to kill a creature. So we 1-for-1'd, and then I play the intelligence through a card 1-for-1, right? If you start drawing more cards, then it really gets out of hand. But it's nice that at least, like, if I do the Curiosity thing, unless I am doing it in a, like, I'm using my mana in a way that exposes my creatures and leaves them vulnerable. And then, you know, there's an issue with the sequencing and how I play that out. But unless I'm doing that, it feels fine, even if my card gets killed. But with this, you got to wait. There's some ups and downs. It's interesting. Would you play Phyrexian Arena at 1 mana if it could be removed by creature removal? I mean, I would, but I think that's a different card than this card. Right? Because not only, like, you need to have a creature to then put this on, and this needs to replace itself, and then also needs to draw another card for me to be like, now we're talking, right? And what I'm saying is that you don't get to do that as quickly as you would with a proper Curiosity. It is nice that this has, the benefit continues to feed you full of cards. The benefit continues even if you don't get to turn your creature sideways and hit them. But if my deck is not able to turn my creature sideways, I have bigger problems, right? Like, I'm not able to progress my game plan. This can maybe help you in those spots. Maybe I guess I'll try it out for Flying Men, but I can't imagine this card's going to stick around for too long. Tony Stark. 1 and a blue for a 1/3 legendary human artificer hero. With pay 1 generic tap, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You can reveal an artifact from among them, put them into your hand. Rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. And you can pay 6 mana, 4 blue and a red, to transform him into the Invincible Iron Man, who you can also just cast as the Invincible Iron Man. A legendary artifact creature human hero, a 5/5 with flying and haste. Beginning of combat on your turn, you can put an artifact from your hand into play. If it's an equipment, you attach it to the Invincible Iron Man. I could give this card a shot in Timmy Tinker. Trying this card in Timmy Tinker feels like an interesting experiment. It's a 6 mana card that cheats out artifacts. And while I'm mostly just looking to put a Darksteel Monolith into play, and that's only a jump from 6 to 8. 6 mana is a lot different from 8 mana. Getting 6 mana in an artifact deck, easy peasy. Getting to 8 mana in an artifact deck, still a little tough. Yeah. When this card's in your library, it's never an artifact. It's Tony Stark. So you can't tinker into the Iron Man to cheat out the, monolith from your hand. But we have other cards that let us do that, and I'll get to them as we go through the set review. This side isn't that bad either. Like, I think there is a world where I will play Tony Stark in the Timmy Tinker deck, and then, activate it once or twice, and then find enough mana to turn into the Invincible Iron Man. It's kind of nice. There's a push and pull when it comes to playing cheap creatures in these combo decks, because on one hand, if my opponent knows I'm on combo, they're unlikely to keep a hand that has spot removal because it just doesn't do anything. And so you can find spots where your cheap creatures will be able to survive because they would have mulliganed the hand that had the Fatal Push or whatever. Now, they're not mulliganing the hand that has the Lightning Bolt, and they're not mulliganing the hand that has a card like a Prismatic Ending or March of Otherworldly Light that can deal with this card. And they could also just draw the removal. So it's kind of a, if I do this on game 2, it's a little bit safer than if I did it on game 1 sort of play. So I think you're often just better off holding for the Invincible Iron Man. But if I have to play Tony Stark, I can see a world where I play this card and I use it to find some additional pieces. And the fact that you can do it at instant speed is pretty nice too. Oh, we're jumping right into it. Okay, Vision Spectral Synthezoid. This is 8 mana for a 2/5 legendary artifact creature robot hero that has flying. And once during each of your turns, you can cast a non-creature or robot spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. This I want to tinker into. I want to tinker into this card, and then I want to cast Darksteel Monolith, Omniscience, Enter the Infinite, Peer Through the Abyss, Rise of the Eldrazi. I don't know, the other big stupid cards. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's a card that I can tinker into and then cast Omniscience, or Enter the Infinite, or Peer Through the Abyss. And even if they kill this card in response to my Enter the Infinite or Peer Through the Abyss, they're dying. My deck's going to have Lotus Petals and Dark Rituals and Chrome Moxes and Spirit Guides and whatever. They're dying. And again, I talked about it with with the Invincible Iron Man, where like 6 mana is a lot easier to hit than 8 mana. That's true. And not just because it's 2 less. Everybody clap. But hitting 8 mana is not impossible. And so being able to hard cast this card, especially because its only colored requirements are blue, pretty easy to get. And being able to tinker for this card, really easy to get. Because you just put it into play. And you get priority right away. It's not a triggered ability. It's not, there's nothing else attached to it that says like, tinker, put this into play. Opponent gets to respond before you do something. You get to put this into play and then cast something immediately. And I think that's pretty exciting. I'm excited to tinker into this card. This is one of my favorite cards from the set. I'll just tinker into this big dumb robot and kill somebody. What is a synthezoid? If I am to be called the Vision, is it not logical for me to look the part? Spectral, unearthly. Medium dumb robot. It's like a bad freakazoid. The cartoon character? It's just an android? Okay. All I need to know. The Wondrous Wasp. 1 in a blue for a 2/1 legendary human hero with flash, flying, and when the Wondrous Wasp enters, you tap up to one target creature. It loses all abilities for as long as the Wondrous Wasp remains on the battlefield. You like that Barrowgoyf? Wasp Sting? No, man, I don't want no Wasp Sting. Come on, man. No, man. Okay. Pretty good card. Real fucking annoying. It has big Merfolk Trickster vibes, obviously. But it has flying, which lets you push damage, whereas Merfolk Trickster is just on the board. It's a fish. Out of water, in fact. This only has a single blue pip, meaning it's easier to play it in multicolor decks. The creature losing all abilities for as long as it remains in play. Also pretty strong. Means that we could just lock down a creature. We tap the creature. It does nothing. Yada, yada. You could play this and say, I'm going to brick your attacker. And then I go to my turn and I start doing things. You could say, okay, attack me with your Barrowgoyf. I'm going to play this. It loses the abilities and I'm going to kill it. Yeah, there's so much going on with this card. It has flash, 2-power flying. Like, again, a flash 2-power flyer. How many times have you played a Fairy Mastermind and it just hasn't triggered, or you haven't activated it, and you'd be like, damn, I killed the shit out of my opponent with this Fairy Mastermind. Or like Malcolm hits play and you're like, I'm looting, but like the loot doesn't matter too much, but it's just kind of nice to have a flash 2-power flyer. Yeah. I'm excited to try this card out. I imagine Angel will try this card out in Esper Flash. I can just ask her. Are you playing the Wondrous Wasp in Esper Flash? She says yes. I also just realized she's like working. And she has a real job. This is all fake. Okay, yeah. I'll try this out in my mono blue midrange. I might even try this out in like the Pixie deck. I didn't play it because I wanted to really commit to the artifact theme. But being able to repeatedly, like, this is what I care about. I'm locking that down or I'm preventing that. And then rebuying it and playing it on something else is kind of nice. Also, not a thing you want to Caracas. This is a thing I want to Caracas. I want to use my own Caracas to do this over and over again. Killing Karnstruct seems pretty good, right? 2-mana, 2/1 that kills a Karnstruct that I can Caracas. Especially because a lot of blue decks struggle with Karnstructs. Like, Urza's Saga is a real bastard of a Magic card, and being able to deal with it with a 2-drop, pretty great. We're moving on to black. This is a good example of some of these like little role players that we have. Agents of Hydra is 1 in a black for a 1/1. It's a human spy villain. When it dies, you make a 2/1 black villain with menace. Occasionally, aristocrats decks, although they may have moved on from their Doom Dissenters and their Brindle Shoats and whatever, they'll have creatures that upgrade themselves. We're familiar with the Doom Travelers. Some of them, in the past, certainly, maybe even to this day, still play the 2-mana creatures of when they die, they're replaced with a body. When you get to the 2-drops, that body needs to be an upgrade. Like, having a 2-mana 2/2 that when it dies it makes a 1/1. Having a 2-mana 1/1 that when it dies it makes a 2/1. With menace, ding, ding, ding. Cute little role player. Maybe we're a little too beyond this type of card being included. But if this is the kind of thing you want to play, the 2-mana creature that replaces itself with something bigger, especially if we get into an aristocrat strategy or a sacrifice strategy that is down to like 2 colors, where you're going to want to pull into cards like this. Yeah, it's a nice little thing to have around. Black Widow Super Spy. 1 in a black for a 2/1 legendary human spy hero with menace. Whenever Black Widow deals combat damage to a player, that player exiles the top card of their library until they exile a non-land card. You can put a 1/1 counter on Black Widow. If you don't, you may cast the exiled non-land card until end of turn, and mana of that type can be spent to cast that spell. I think this card's pretty good. I mean, it's a pretty good card that ends up in pretty bad decks, is maybe what I should say. It is a cheap menace creature in black that can do a Ragavan impression, but also can grow larger. Talked about this on North 100 where I said like the counters deck. You know, I think if you're building around it, you should just mostly be looking for incidental counters being placed with a handful of like, oh hey, Bristly Bill or Scythe-Cat Cup or whatever. And if you go into black-green, which I actually like as a color combination for that, not just because all the best cards in black and green already use counters, but also you are then a deck that has hand attack with counters, and Oppo Agent and like Orcish Bowmasters uses counters. You can get real big, real quick. You can take advantage of the themes and still just not lose the combo. Seems pretty good. This is a card that I can't imagine will stay around in the format for a long time. And again, I don't look at this card and go, great, this is what's going to be winning tournaments for the next year. But it's not an embarrassing card to include in your deck. And in fact, in the right deck, it can be quite powerful. Yeah, it never misses. Hit or miss. I guess. Wait, how does that hit or miss? I guess they didn't. No, shit. Does anybody know? You know what I'm talking about, right? That Mia Khalifa song? Hit or miss. I guess they never miss, huh? That's what it is. You got a boyfriend, I bet he doesn't kiss ya. What the fucking... Yeah. Okay, I got it. Moving on. Dark Deed. 1 and a black for an instant. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. We've seen this before. I don't actually know if we've seen this at 1 and a black. Yeah, I don't think we've seen this at 1 and a black. We have Grasp of Darkness at black. I don't think this card's playable, but like we're getting close. -X is pretty strong, right? Often it can just be a kill spell, and if it isn't a kill spell, it can be a combat trick of sorts. There are ways to play around with it. I think if I'm in black and at 2, I want it to be a kill spell. Yeah, if this is the strongest version of this effect. Like, it's kind of funny. We're always behind, right? Like, right now, if you asked me what this needed to give for it to be playable, I would say, like, -5 toughness is what we need to hit. But 1 in a black's not nothing. I just think there are so many good removal spells that you can play. Yeah, you need to be Dismember, basically. Not exactly Dismember, because Dismember is just, like, insane. It's a 1-mana spell. But, you know, you need to be a bit closer to Dismember. Did I get my style on before going to the States? I'm looking fresh. No, I'm wearing an old plain white t-shirt. I got sweats on. I showered in not an unfamiliar shower, but not my regular shower. I'm vibing though, I think. I'm chill. Although I do need to keep an eye on the time, because I have a call time. Oh, we got plenty of time, he says, only being at the beginning of black. Dr. Doom, Unrivaled. 2 black for a 4/4 legendary human sorcerer villain with lifelink. And tap, you draw a card and lose 1 life. Then if your library has no cards in it, you win the game. You just realized this is Angel's stream setup? Yes, because I'm at Angel's place. I'm in the United States for a week, and boy, are my arms tired. That's a squirrel. This is kind of a cool card underneath an Agatha's Soul Cauldron. I'm sure there are some setups where, like, if I Hermit Druid and I get this into play, I can win the game. It's always nice to see cards that aren't Thassa's Oracle that can win the game if either it is in play or a Necrotic Ooze is in play. It's nice that there's no additional pieces needed. Like, if I self-mill, bring back a Necrotic Ooze, and I use this, then I win the game. I don't need an additional card. That's kind of sick. I don't need all the points for Thoracle, but Thoracle is like lower on points anyways. Maybe it's interesting enough to have in addition to Thoracle. Needing one card in the deck seems awkward. What? No, you tap, you draw a card, then if it has no cards in it, you win the game. You win the game even if you have 0 life or didn't draw a card. It's in there it's in the reminder text. You can do it. You can put your ass into it. Yeah, use Hazel's Brewmaster and stuff. Anyways, kind of a cool card. A little narrow, obviously, but that's fine for our format. Necrotic Hermit Druid, or just anything with Hermit Druid, frankly. Frondly. Hermit Druid is like an underappreciated card. That card is still broken. Like, Hermit Druid is a fucked up Magic card. You know this card's banned in Legacy, right? You know this card just wins the game when you activate it, right? Maybe I'll try winning with a Hermit Druid deck this year. I should probably win a little bit more. I'm currently 3rd on the leaderboard, and I'm going to play in the year end. But I don't want to just be 3rd. I want to win a couple more tournaments before then. Might be tough though. Because I am missing 3 events. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Electra, Daughter of the Hand. 2 black for a 3/3 legendary human ninja villain with sneak for 1 black. When Electra enters, you destroy target creature an opponent controls with power 3 or less. I might consider this in ninjas. 3 or less is like not the greatest thing in the world, but like this is a ninja that does a ninja thing, and it has an ETB that can be pretty relevant at times, and is reasonable to just cast. Like, I'm not excited to cast like a narrow Necrotol or whatever, but I'll do it if it pushes damage and lets me get my ninjas through. I don't think this card is showing up anywhere other than a deck that also plays like Ninja, the D-Powers, and Moon Circuit Hacker and friends, but you know, that's okay. We got an archetype for that. Hammerhead Magia Boss. 1 and a black for a 2/1 legendary human rogue villain. You sacrifice another creature or artifact and you put a 1/1 counter on Hammerhead. This is like Bartolome from LCI. No, not LCI. Yes, LCI. Lost Caverns of Ixalan. His head's built like my body dysmorphia. What the fuck does that mean? Flat as hell? Is that what you're saying? What a wild comment. Holy shit. Thank you for saying it out loud, though. No, yeah, well, yeah. I just had this here for redundancy. Again, it does the Bartolome thing. It's a 2-mana sack outlet that is like that has permanent value, right? Like, this does a better impression of like, I'm going to sack my shit, do my aristocrat shenanigans, but also, by the way, I have like a 6/5 creature in play. You got mold in your AC. Is this another gas leak arc? Ooh, I got a joke cooking, but it's how do I want to word this? Oh, I gotta be so careful. This is dangerous territory for a cis man. Something gas. No, fuck. Oh, it's something about like gas leaks are not a feature of transitioning. There's something there. There's something there of like, we got to address the idea that gas leaks are necessary for transitioning. Huh? It's I don't know. There's the discourse about dysphoria being a part of transitioning, and how instead of that it's gas leaks because of the arc of the trans women shit posters on social media all having gas leaks. There was something there. I'm so confused. Don't worry about it. There's some Marvel slop for you to look at. Red Room Recruit. 1 and a black for a 1/2 human spy villain. When this creature enters, it connives. This is another card in the long list of 2-drops that draw a card and then discard a card when they ETB. For World Gorger Dragon. I'm doing this so you don't have to. I would imagine if you are in this chat, you are both a gas leak and a Northern Lion trans woman. There are probably some Germa trans women in chat too. We welcome all. Whiplash, Vengeful Engineer. This is a 1 black 2/2 legendary human artificer villain. When Whiplash enters. Oh wait, no, fuck. I just realized I didn't bring my computer glasses on this trip. Maybe that's why. Uh-oh. This is a 1-mana 2/2 that has an ability that says whenever it attacks, if he's equipped, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life or X's number of equipment attached to him. I mean, a 1-mana 2-power black creature is pretty nice. Coming into play tapped, it's whatever. Being a legend, it's whatever. Draining them when you have Skull Clamp on it, okay. Draining them when you have a Shadow Spear on it, okay. On to black mana. There's not a lot of... on to red. Holy fuck. My brain is broken. Is there a gas leak in here? The window is open. It must be the gas coming in from the window. I gotta get that fresh air. I gotta feel the rain on my skin. Asgardian Inspiration. We're on to red. Black in this set is pretty bad. It's all very villainous and it's all kind of just doing the same thing. Or it's doing stuff with equipment and not very well. Asgardian Inspiration. Single red for a sorcery. You exile the top card of your library. You can play that card this turn. Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, you can pay 2 generic, and if you do, return that card from your graveyard to your hand. This is a 1-mana spell that effectively draws a card, replaces itself, triggers your Kessig Flame Breathers, triggers your Prowess cards, and then if you have extra mana laying around, you pay 2 generic, return this card to your hand, get another trigger. Go ahead. Get yourself some more pings. Go ahead. Draw yourself some additional cards. Nice little role player. I think if you're playing the like Kessig Flame Breather, Mishra's Bauble style mono red, this card's pretty good for that. I could maybe see a world where an Is It deck plays this. Cute little role player. Avengers Disassembled. 1 red for a sorcery. You choose one or both. 3 damage to each creature, or destroy a land its controller can search their library for a basic land, put it into play tapped, then shuffle. Similar to Brotherhood's End, dealing 3 damage to every creature. That's pretty nice. And then blowing up target Tolarian Academy or Gaia's Cradle. Gaia's Cradle is a little worse to blow up because ideally the wrathing the board, well, makes that Gaia's Cradle poop soup anyways. So realistically, this is 3 mana. I'm going to wrath the board, or I'm going to wrath the board and blow up your Urza Saga. Or both. Yeah, both is not nothing. It's just, when I think of this card, naturally I think of Tolarian Academy, the scariest land that we have in the format. And so you want to blow up that Academy. And there are Academy decks that are going to have a bunch of servos. They're going to have a bunch of little duders running around for sure. But, like, not the scariest Academy decks aren't doing that, is what I'm saying. But it's kind of just nice to have both. You get some flexibility. there are a lot of decks that have moved away from Brotherhood's End. I think Brotherhood's End has slowly become more of a, I know who's in this event, so I'm going to bring a Brotherhood's End type card. And blowing up everybody's artifacts is a little more important than blowing up just one land, I think. But, you know, maybe you play both. If you really want to hate, maybe you play both. Ahoy NYC, how you doing? I definitely haven't been shit-talking Pauper players. Notably, have I been shit-talking Pauper? I'll let people in chat decide. Yes. I thought I said Pauper was a fun, cool format with terrible gameplay patterns. And then mentioned that, you know, there's not really a Magic format out there nowadays with that it doesn't deal with these issues. Hawkeye, Master Marksman. 1 in a red for a 2/2 first strike reach. Whenever Hawkeye becomes tapped, you can pay 1 generic up to 3 times, and when you do, choose up to that many. Target creature can't block, deals 2 damage to target player, or discard a card, then draw a card. A very powerful card that I don't know where it's going to show up. It's a great mana sink. First strike is real annoying on 2 power. Making it so creatures can't block is really good. Paying 1 mana to say something can't block, really powerful. Like, legitimately powerful. Especially in a world with, like, Barrowgoyfs and, like, big-ass green creatures and, you know, Ocelot Prides and all that stuff. That's pretty good. And having a mana sink so that you can push damage in more ways than one without actually expending cards is pretty nice as well. I think that there are going to be some versions of Mono Red or Red X that want to play this card. Certainly like a medium red version if they have some additional mana kind of lying around. They could take advantage of this. Card's pretty strong. This is one of the cases of like, this card has so many words on it. All the words are pretty good. Where are we playing and why are we playing it? And how long is this card going to stick around, you know? Speaking of Hawkeye, here's his bow. And speaking of Pauper, 1 red for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has reach. Whenever a equipped creature becomes tapped, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. And you can pay 1 to equip it. There's a Pauper combo with this card in Seeker of Skybreak. Seeker of Skybreak being a 2-mana 2/1 that has tap, untap target creature. So you put the Hawkeye's bow on it. You tap the Seeker to untap itself, and you go da 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 and ping your opponent to death. I wonder if there's enough density for that in Canlander. It's being a 1-mana artifact that is also equipment makes it relatively easy to tutor up. And obviously you need more than just Seeker of Skybreak for this to do something. Because if you're not doing the combo, this card's pretty shit, frankly. Sorry, I bumped the microphone. Not to mention, even if we find cards outside of Seeker of Skybreak to combo with, they're so vulnerable. And like, I don't know if red is what you want to add like to that kind of strategy. Right? You can't get this off Urza's Saga. You want Urza's Saga to allow to find 1 mana value artifacts? Stop. We don't need to make that card any better than it is. I like that this artwork is like very Norman Rockwell coded. Very intentionally so. It's kind of cute. It's kind of funny. Is Hawkeye's whole shtick that he's like... I mean, he's a superhero, but he's like about as I'm a normal human as you can get. Yeah, he's just like a dude with a bow. He feels like a DC character in a Marvel universe. You know? He got Super Soldier. Usually some dude. I guess there's like probably 5 Hawkeyes or whatever. Hex Magic. 2 in a red for a sorcery. Arcane. Exile all cards from your hand, then draw that many cards. Until the end of your next turn, you can play cards exiled this way. This card's pretty strong. It doesn't go +1, which is a little surprising. That feels like what they have been doing for quite some time. They have it go +1, like Valakut Awakening and whatnot. The kind of Winds of Change cards. But for this one, I guess you're getting a bunch of cards already, like the cards that you have in hand. So you get to keep them still. I don't think this card's Highlander playable. I'll put it in Mono Red Storm, one of the worst decks of all time. But I don't know how playable this card is going to be. Like, I'm not playing this in any combo deck that I can think of. Just seems pretty weak. I will say... it is nice that you... I mean, you're still drawing cards. Yeah. Iron Fist, Hero for Hire. 1 in a red for a 2/2 legendary human mercenary hero with Trample, Prowess, and Power Up. 7 in a red. Iron Fist deals 5 damage divided as you choose among up to 5 targets. Put 5 1/1 counters on Iron Fist. 2 mana 2/2 Trample Prowess is pretty strong. I'm not like that. We have the Kenra, and we have some other 2-power Prowess creatures. Usually they don't like I don't know if we're clamoring for another one. I feel like they give us these kind of cards pretty often now. I feel like we've hit a good density. So why do we necessarily need to play this one? This being a legend's not that big of a deal, considering this is a deck that often plays Blood Moon and has, ways of dealing with Karakas. But the power-up ability is very expensive. I was talking about how there's the Molten Core Maestro and there's Runaway Steamkin. If you're like a mono red Prowess deck, that you can play those cards and those cards can give you a bunch of mana. Yeah, I don't... This is the category of, like, this is a reasonable Magic card, but I just don't think it will see play or will need it. Like, no deck is like, thank you, finally, we have Iron Fist. Oh, I hit a camera. No! I'm ruining everything in Angel's office. Lady Spider, Maybelle Riley. 1 in a red for a 1/3 legendary spider human hero with reach. And whenever you discard a card, you can put a 1/1 counter on a target spider you control. Shouldn't I maybe close the door? Shouldn't you maybe mind your own business? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You annoy me. I'm timing you out. What do you... I don't know why that got me, but it's like, what do you mean close the door? You think if I needed the door closed, okay, let's go to step 1. Step 1. Angel and I literally talked about this before going online. Step 2. If she wanted the door closed, she would tell me. Step 3. If at any point, like, I was being too loud, I can modulate that, and that's on me, not on you. And number 4, what do you think she's listening to? She listens to my ass ook ook all the time. You don't think she's used to it? You like the ook ook, right?
I love the ook ook.
She loves the ook ook.
Are they saying that I shouldn't be listening to you?
Somebody
no,
somebody said, shouldn't I maybe close the door? And it just caught me off guard.
I'll take your place.
Thank you.
I'm leaving the door open.
She's leaving the door open. Oh my god. I don't know if it was your intention, but I'm going to choose to portray you in as bad of a light as I can. So I'm going to make the suggestion that your post was also misogyny. Anyways, Lady Spider, Maybelle Riley. We have cards that care about discarding cards. Also, you didn't even think about the cats. The cats want to come in. Shouldn't she maybe close the door? Yeah, we already have cards in red that care about discarding cards, and some number of those cards happen to be spiders. The floor is that this card can just target itself. It could be a 2-mana 1/3 with reach that whenever you discard a card, it gets bigger. Notably, it's not whenever you discard one or more, put a counter. It's whenever you discard a card. So if you discard 3 cards, you put 3 counters on this, or you get 3 individual triggers that you can put on this or other spiders. There's not a ton of other spiders, but there are a couple. It's not nothing. I'd say like if you build the Rakdos discard deck, you are probably you might be on like 3 to 4 spiders now, which is kind of cool. Yeah, that's it. Cool card for exactly that deck. Shouldn't you maybe close the door? So funny. Mjolnir, Hammer of Thor. 3 in a red for a legendary artifact equipment. When Mjolnir enters, it deals 4 damage up to 1 target creature. Double all damage equipped creature would deal. And has equip worthy for 1. A creature is worthy if it's a legendary non-villain that's red and or white. And then there's also a line of text that says 2 in a red. Discard this card. It deals 2 damage to each creature. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. If you are playing an equipment deck, I'd play this card. If I'm playing a Boros deck with Stoneforge Mystic, I think I might even play this card. Like, there are so many legendary creatures running around in like Boros and Taxes. There are so many legendary creatures. Having an instant speed uncounterable clear the board of all your green like elves. Clear the board of the fact that this can muck a 4th Aerolingus is kind of exciting. I don't know. I think that's interesting. Every time this card gets brought up, everybody's like, check out these creatures that are worthy. And it's like, yeah, I mean, oh, yeah. I'm not trying to yuck your yum for the funny ha-has of like, you know, I can't believe that this is saying that Nicol Bolas is worthy. But like, do people just not want to talk about how cool and good and flexible this card is? Why didn't it say equip target Thor? Because you might have cards that are not Thor that you want to equip this to. Isn't that cool? Aren't game pieces interacting with each other cool? Captain America is worthy? Sure, why not? Quicksilver, Brash Blur. A single red for a 1/1 legendary mutant hero. If Quicksilver is in your opening hand, you can begin the game with him on the battlefield. He's a 1/1 that has power up for 4 in a red, put a 1/1 counter and a double strike counter on Quicksilver. Hold on a second. Shouldn't I maybe close the door? There was a cat about to go inside. I don't think this card is... I don't think this card's very good in 60 card. I don't think this card's very good in 100 card. This is a very... I've described it as an MTG Salvation ass card. This is something that custom card creators have been trying to put on a card for years. And I bet they're salty as hell that it's Quicksilver Brash Blur instead of their OC. Yeah. It's this card's not very good if you don't have it in play for free. But even then, it's not great. This card seems very good for exactly YouTube shorts. Yeah, that one guy that makes YouTube shorts that is constantly like, huh? Huh? What? Okay, I'll just play this rules interaction and be a real jerk. 1 second. Huh? That one guy. Yeah, I guess that's like 5,000 guys. I don't, like, does that kind of skit, like, is that appealing? Does that skit really work in the algorithm? Like, do you need to, like, put on a baseball cap and pretend to be a second guy in order for that video to reach a wider audience? Or can you just be like, hey, this is probably not going to happen, but technically, if you have Quicksilver and like 4 leyline axes, they're just fucking dead, dog. Like, I don't know. To me, that's kind of funny. He's like, okay, so technically this can happen. It's not going to, but being a second guy is all it's about. Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of it has this like vibe of like, check out this fake argument where I am the one who is correct and sensible, and this other person that is not me because they're wearing a baseball cap is an idiot, and they're also a Magic the Gathering stereotype. But then the person that does it doesn't realize that they are also a Magic the Gathering stereotype. Like the stereotype of the guy that's going to be a know-it-all that explains every single rules interaction in the most condescending way. The power-up isn't reduced if you start with the card on the field. Because you begin the game with it in play. So it's not the turn. The YouTube Shorts guy who makes funny pizzas. Is this the guy that talks with the really like shitty De Niro accent that doesn't move his mouth? I can't stand that guy. YouTube tried to feed that guy to me. I just couldn't. He looks like his videos look like AI. I know they're not. But like, he looks like a fucking Travago commercial because his mouth never moves. Anyways. Speed Young Avenger. 1 in a red for a 2/2 legendary creature mutant hero. With haste. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you can pay 1 generic. When you do, target creature with haste can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with haste. This one's kind of funny. It's not that bad if you play it out like, hey, this is a 2-mana 2/2 that when I cast a non-creature spell, I can pay 1 and it becomes unblockable. And then any spell beyond that, if I pay 1, I can make another creature that has haste unblockable. Like that can push a bunch of damage. Needing to have creatures with haste can be a little tough to get going, but like there are a lot of creatures in mono red that have haste. At least the scariest creatures do. I think that you are... I don't want to say this card's not going to show up. I'd be curious to hear the opinion of some red players that look to take a bit more aggressive approach. This is so funny. I love, as a combo player, that mono red or red X decks have taken to including a bunch of hate bear style creatures instead of playing burn or haste creatures. Like, they've trimmed... I'm not expecting mono red players to have Lava Spike and Bolt Wave or whatever, but like it feels like they're shedding some of the removal to play more cards that are like, oh, if you tried to cast a Force of Will, you die. Or like, oh, you can't counter my spells or my creatures have ward. And I'm like, thank God they're not killing me, so I get to kill them. What happened to Tap Tap Concede? I think there was an issue with the audio, like on the exports. They're looking to fix it. Spider-Man, new champion. I heard a cat. 2 in a red for a 3/3 legendary Spider-Human hero with reach, and whenever you discard 1 or more cards, Spider-Man deals that much damage to any target. So, much like the previous Spider... this is a card that goes in the discard deck that happens to be a spider. So technically it's a spider for your first spider, but this second spider does cost a little bit more. 3 mana is not nothing. This does have 1 or more, so it's not individual points of damage, but if you discard like 3 cards, then you're going to be able to deal 3 damage to a single target. Obviously, if you have multiple discards on like attack triggers or whatever, you'll go 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage. You can split it up. Yeah, I think if you're building this deck, this is a card that you're going to want to look at. Seems pretty reasonable. Why does he have... Is that supposed to be a web, or is that like a ghost power? Why does it look kind of scary? It doesn't look like webbing. It kind of looks like ghost electricity. Is that venom? Lightning. I know he's got some electricity power, but does he use his like electricity to swing? Like, is that like his swinging? You don't get what he has to do with discard? Isn't Spider-Man's whole shtick is that everything he does comes at a cost? Like, he's like on the street level, so he understands how his actions impact the everyday person. That's my read of it. And that's not for Miles? But aren't those his parents? Aren't his parents, like, his parents are... He's got, like, you know... He's got to make his parents proud or whatever. But also, yeah, because the file... here's the other thing. Because the file demands it. Because they need it in the file. Because it's a thing to build around. Next question. Vision of Love. 1 in a red for an instant. You can sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. And if you do, draw 2 cards. I love this type of card. The fact that it's you can sack or discard. So it happens on resolution. You get the choice. And if you don't, then you're not going to get blown out by Orcish Bowmasters. Obviously, it stinks. But you get the choice. Demand answers from MKM. Beg for your life. I swear to God, if demand answers is an additional cost... It's an additional cost? As an additional cost to cast a spell, sack an artifact, or discard a card. Beg for your life. Beg for your life. Yeah, this seems to be one of the best versions of this. I am excited to actually try this card out in some of the artifact decks. Again, the aforementioned affinity deck, if we're looking to try and mimic what the pauper decks are doing, where we just have a shitload of card advantage, and then, you know... try to draw 3 to 4 cards a turn and poop out 2 Mirror Enforcers and do that every single turn. Yeah, the OTJ one lets you do it. That's discard a card to sack a land. Sack an artifact is nothing. Sacrificing an artifact is absolutely nothing. Not to mention instant speed is huge. And then finally, for someone that doesn't care about the art and the theming as much, I will say I like that they are dipping more into love being represented through red, like that being a side of red. And to the person, if this person that was in, I forget their name, fuck, I'm gonna have to look at it, but it was somebody in the PPR chat that I made this comment. You know what I did? I said, I agreed with Kathleen, who expressed that she enjoyed more romance being shown on cards. And I said, I too enjoy more romance being shown on cards. I think it's a great like expression of red and what red can mean. And they went like, cathartic reunion exists, Ben, ... Fuck you. 2 things. 1, they had a typo in their post. And 2, that's a different kind of love, you dick. It wasn't you, Draft Synthesis. I believe it was somebody else. That's a different kind of love. There's a variety of expressions of love. Also, even if this was a case of me just not knowing what Cathartic Reunion was or that it existed, it's still just somebody expressing it's cool that they're doing a thing. Why is your first intuition like, oh, I should tell this person they're wrong? Suck my ass. Unbelievable. Go outside for the love of God. Anyways, we're on to green. Ancestral Communion. 1 in a green for a sorcery. This is so funny. 1 in a green for a sorcery. When you cast this spell while you control your commander, copy this spell. You may choose a new target for the copy. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. I'm going to laugh so hard if I win another tournament with Regrowth Storm, because I get to cut Nature's Spiral, which is just this card without this stupid commander text, but Nature's Spiral has turf art. So now I get to play a version of this card without turf art, and I'm happy. It's great. I don't think I want another one of these. So now I get to pick, and I just don't want this one. Hell yeah, and may I say fuck yeah. That's cool. I'm pretty sure the only art for Nature Spiral is the Therese Nielsen art, too. Yeah. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. The point being, it's going to be very funny to like... Oh, no, it's in Dominaria, too. Okay, so there's a new piece of art. Ooh, and I like Florian's artwork. Okay. There's a new one, and by new, I mean it's like a decade old. But yeah, the one that I have is the 2010 one. And I get to look at, yeah, booty cheeks. Dude is lacking some ass? I don't know. He's got a butt here. That's not nothing. This guy's a lean muscle machine. He's got a bit of a butt. It's also the angle. You don't want to go cheek for cheek with me. I will best you in the ass arena. Please. You, a casual part-time ass enjoyer. Me. Silence! Yeah. It's just so funny that I'm going to play... I'm going to be in like the finals against Chris Sutherland, and I'm going to target my Black Lotus with this. And he's going to be like, what does this card do? And I could just feel the Grinch smile cross my face. And I get to be like, so while as long as I control my commander when I cast... There is a better version of this kind of card later on, but that one I want to play in addition to the regrowth count that I have. But this one is where I get to make the swap. Bushmaster Coiled Henchman. I thought this one was kind of funny. It's 1 and a green for a 2/1 legendary snake human villain with Death Touch, and each other creature you control with a 1/1 counter on it has Death Touch. I know that I just got off this a couple of tangents about counters in Canlander, and the strength of counters being don't care about the counters that much. Just ignore the counters and play into other synergies. But I think some of those other synergies are Legends Matter, and the fact that this is a legendary creature that cares about other creatures having counters, and then those counters giving it Death Touch, which synergizes really well with a lot of those other creatures having trample or giving trample, means you get to push a shitload of damage. And the floor being that this is just a 2-drop creature that'll trade for anything. I think that's kind of neat. Just a cute little role player that I want to be like, hey, this exists. Here's this card. Holy smokes. Call Damage Control. So 1 and a green for a sorcery. You choose up to 2. Return those cards from your graveyard to your hand. Return target artifact, target creature, target enchantment, target land. Notably, you can't choose 2 of the same type. So I can't return Black Lotus and Lotus Petal. I can return Black Lotus and a fetch land. I can return Squandered Resources and Black Lotus. I can return a Trinket Mage and a Black Lotus. That's pretty cool. I can return Bomberman and Black Lotus. I'm mostly hoping to return Black Lotus and blank, but a lot of the blanks are pretty good. Even if it's just, I'm going to get a land. I want to keep hitting my land drops. You countered my Carpet of Flowers or my Squandered Resources. I get to bring back my Urza's Saga and a land. That's kind of nice. Not getting back Planeswalkers, admittedly, a little weird. Like, obviously, this is like a return to permanence. There's no Planeswalkers in UB sets, so not being able to return, your Tezzeret Cruel Captain or your Teferi stinks, but you know what? We'll deal with it. The fact that I can get back, like, a Defense Grid in a land, or that I can get back, Lotus in anything is pretty exciting. Heroic Feast. Oh, wait, I missed somebody. Warleg95, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thank you for the 6 months. I hope you're doing well. Lesser Gatsby, I think I missed you as well. Apologies. I'm on this weirdo setup, but thank you for the 14 months. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Heroic Feast. 2 and a green for an enchantment. When this enchantment enters, you create a food token. Whenever you gain life, you choose up to that many target creatures you control. Put a 1/1 counter on each of them. So technically, this is an enchantment that can do a reasonable impression of Archangel of Thune. Obviously, not being a creature makes it a little more difficult to find with a lot of decks. But Spike Feeder in this card, pretty good. Gain infinite life. Buff a thing infinitely. There are some combinations involving this card. Some other combinations. Combo means combination. Calc is short for calculator. I don't really want to play this in like a food deck. I would rather play this in a deck that has some life gain synergies and some creature combo synergies. It is nice that I will say this though, the fact that it comes into play and then makes a food token as kind of like, this is a life gain that you can use at a later time when you don't have some of your other passive life gain cards. That's kind of nice. I'll get to more on this deck in a second though, because we have another green card down the line that does that does this. I didn't include Gorilla in the set review. I forgot about this card when I opened it in my pack, my collector booster. But yeah, this is Hit Monkey, 3 and a green for a 3/3 legendary monkey assassin. Spell can't be countered. Reach, Vigilance, Death Touch, Hexproof, Haste. I think it's too small. It's annoying as hell. Can't be countered is nice. Hexproof is nice. That's a lot of keywords. 4-drop is tough. This is a competitive slot. There's a lot of good that goes on, but like if I throw a 3/3 in front of this and kill this, it's great. It's so funny how much the difference between 3 and 4 in the context of both Magic the Gathering and Canadian Highlander, right? Like 4 toughness on this means that it's so much more difficult to double block, means that it survives, the Brotherhood's End kind of cards. It's just, I think 3/3 is just a little too small, even with all these, keywords on it. Mole Man, Moloid Master. 2 and a green for a 1/1 legendary human villain. You can play lands from your graveyard, and it has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you make a 1/1 green minion creature token named Moloid with whenever this token attacks, you can mill a card. This one's funny. I like that we have a third Crucible of Worlds that is a creature. I like Ramanap Excavator. I love Icetill Explorer. And in the lands decks, specifically like the combo lands decks, it's nice to have Crucible of Worlds because it's an Enlightened Tutor target, right? If we're Enlightened Tutoring for Fast Bond or Zuran Orb, then it's nice to have Crucible because it lets you Enlightened Tutor for Crucible. If we're not playing Enlightened Tutor, and if we're playing more of a mid-range deck, more of the like 4-color Cradle Control, the like a lands mid-range deck, then I want to keep my Crucibles as creatures. Means that I can Green Sun for them, that I can Eldritch Evolution for them. And this one, for what it's worth, also just makes blockers. It just clogs up the board. I will say, it feels weird that I may mill a card. I feel like I have to mill a card. You know what I mean? Like it's part Scoot Swarm, Springheart Nantuko, part Ramanap. And that's pretty nice. Obviously, being a legend doesn't matter as much if you're a lands deck because you're kind of built around stripping people out of the game. Making blockers is kind of nice. I imagine this card will see a good amount of play. Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu. 1 and a green for a 2/2 legendary human warrior hero. You can activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had haste. You can tap to add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to activate abilities of creature sources. This is an interesting one. It being able to effectively pay for itself as long as you have an activated ability that you want to activate is nice. That's not nothing. Having the Tyvar text of like you can activate creatures as though they have haste. It's not nothing, especially when it's attached to a 2-drop, something that Tyvar can get. I imagine this card will show up in some of the, like, Walking Ballista, Hazel's Brewmasters, Devoted Druid kind of decks. This feels like the kind of card that CDH players would lose their mind for. And I can't explain why. Like, it's got something going on for it for sure, but I think you need to really play into the, like, activated abilities, Duskwatch Recruiter, kind of piles. Tigra, Feline Fury, 1 and a green for a legendary cat human hero with flash and trample, and whenever you gain life, you put a 1/1 counter on Tigra. That's pretty good. I mean, it's a Johnny's Pridemate that has trample, which is the biggest issue of a Johnny's Pridemate, other than the fact that it wants you to gain life. But it wants you to gain life, and it gets bigger, and it has trample, so they're not just chump blocking your 10/10. Obviously, it being a legend, it's kind of a pisser. But again, we're in green white. We can Caracas, or we can blow up their Caracas or whatever. Flash is kind of funny because just casting this with a Soul Warden and presumably with some other cards, like if you have a Guide of Souls or whatever, and they make an attack and you flash this into play, then you're going to trigger your Guide of Souls and grow this. So you have a 3/2 on block when they maybe only thought you had a 1/2. Or you have some additional, you just attack and they block in a way. They're like, you can't make this that big. You need a flash creature. And then Tigra shows up, triggers your Guide of Souls, which triggers the thing that they blocked. Pretty nice. This being a cat is not nothing. A Johnny exists. You'd play a Johnny in these decks. You play Ocelot Pride in these decks. Maybe Cats is making a comeback. I know that Shen was playing some cat type deck. Was it like Naya Cats? Maybe it's time for Cats to finally show up. World War Hulk. 3 green for an enchantment saga. The next, chapter 1, the next red or green creature spell you cast this turn can be cast without paying its mana cost. Chapter 2 is you put 3 1/1 counters on target creature you control. And chapter 3, choose target creature you control until end of turn, double its power and toughness, and it gains trample. This is like a 5 mana cast Atroxa. 5 mana cast, I mean, technically you could cast like a World Spine Worm. I don't know. What are some really good green and or red creatures that you can cast? Any kind of card that lets you cheat out something big. Galta? Yeah, you could do like a Neo brand kind of thing with it, I guess. Atali. Don't cast your World Gorger Dragon like that. Can we create some Zakama loops? Because Zakama is, you have to cast it. And this is a cast. Okay. I don't know. Anytime I see a card that is a reasonable amount of mana, 5s, in a deck like this where we're going to be casting some Dark Rituals or tapping a bunch of Mana Dorks or a Mana Vault or whatever, a Soul Ring, some Moxen, like we can get to 5. And we can put this into play and then cheat into something else. It's kind of interesting. Also, just like, yeah, if you play this and then you cast Fury off of it, that's kind of gross. Right? Like, this card and then casting like a Bloodbraid Challenger or a Fury, or even just casting like Generous Ent or Oliphant, really annoying. Like, you can kill somebody with this card in the fair context as well. I think you don't play this card unless you're going for the like, oh, World War Hulk into Atroxa, or into like Raph and Mikey, or into, a Galta or something like that. But if you include it in that deck, and that deck also has a play pattern of like, well, I think I'm just going to win the game because I have a Generous Ent that's going to become like an 8/10, then great. On to gold. I'm going to grab a water bottle real quick, and then we'll do gold. Shouldn't I close the door? Shouldn't I close this door? Hey, should I close this door? Should this door be closed? do you have a heater in here as well? Okay, well then I'm going to close the door. Or the window. I'm not closing the door. I'm only closing the window. I can't close the door because chat doesn't want me to close the door. Should I close this door? Sorry. All right, I think Angel has hit her threshold for jokes about closing the door. Protein powder and water, my favorite. Okay, we ready? Pickle? Oh, I forgot to mention. Angel and I were on a somewhat long drive. It's like a 2.5 hour drive. And we're grabbing some snacks for the drive. We're in a grocery store. And we go to the section with like the pre-chopped fruit. And we get some chopped up melon and some raspberries. It was great. And then I picked up a pouch of the like pre-chopped pickles. And I just start to turn to her. And before I could even do anything, she goes, "Don't do it. Don't you dare do it. Not here. Stop it." I didn't even say anything. And I wasn't even thinking pickle. I just thought, hey, this is a kind of a good snack to have, you know? Pickles are like, what do you mean a lie? Yeah, she didn't want no damn pickle. All right. Absorbing Man. 1 green and a blue for a 4/4 legendary human villain with vigilance. And at the beginning of your first main phase until your next turn, Absorbing Man becomes a copy of up to 1 target artifact, non-aura enchantment, or land except his name is Absorbing Man. He's a legendary 4/4 human villain in addition to his other types, and he has vigilance. Okay. It's kind of nice that this card can't... Or sorry, it's kind of nice that this card can copy artifacts or enchantments or lands your opponents control. That's neat. I think if you're playing this, you want to have some number of utility lands or some number of, equipment, or not equipment, artifacts or enchantments or whatever lying around. I don't really know if this has a home. I was thinking about this in like Simic Slaw or the like Rug, Unruly Krasis, Lelia, Absorbing Man type deck. Rug is in a really weird spot. I mean, yeah, I guess this can copy Time Vault. That's kind of funny. The timing, though, is tough because it's beginning of your first main phase, right? So you would need to have both of those as you kind of go around. But the floor is... I mean, this card is also just a 3-mana 4/4 Vigilance that on your next turn is going to give you, like, if it just copies a land, it gets a bajillion mana. It lets you go up to 5 mana. This is not a bajillion mana. Yeah, this copying a Roboroid is cracked, but again, the first main phase is really tough. You need to have some of these cards lying around for a full turn, right? But this card copying a Caracas is kind of insane. This card copying like a Gaia's Cradle is pretty good. You know? There's some fun stuff you could do with it. just anytime I see a card that's above stat line in green, being like, oh, this card can hit the table on turn 2. And then, like, on turn 3, I have 5 mana and I've attacked them for 4. What can I do with this? You know? That's pretty good. Even if this is copying Birds of Paradise or like a Noble Hierarch, like if I go Bop into this, next turn, this copies Bop, I attack them for 4 in the air, and now I have 5 mana on turn 3. Or this copies Noble Hierarch, and I attack them and I get 2 Exalted triggers, and as I'm hitting them for 6. There's some neat stuff to be done. The Astonishing Ant-Man. Green and a blue for a 1/1 legendary human scientist hero. Whenever you draw a card, put a 1/1 counter on Astonishing Ant-Man. Pay 2 and a green, tap, remove any number of 1/1 counters from Astonishing Ant-Man, create them any 1/1 green insect tokens. Not a card we talked about in North 100. Maybe a card we should have talked about on North 100. The fact that it grows every time you draw a card. Not just drawing beyond your first card every turn or beyond your draw step or whatever. Means that this does slowly but surely get very large. And if we start combining it with other cards that care about putting on 1/1 counters, then we can get a pretty large lad. We can double some counters. And if we need to go wide, then we go wide. The floor for this, or sorry, not the floor, the home for this is going to be the tricky spot. That's kind of blue-green in a nutshell, right? Is like, where do these cards go? They do things that are pretty above rate, can get out of hand. You can do some powerful stuff with them. They have multiple modes in which they can like function. They can be a big beatdown card. They could do something else. But like, where are we doing this? Because like the green-blue X decks, like green-blue-white, if we go into Bant, like the best Bant deck is the deck that fucking plays Gideon Jura. Right? They're playing Gideon Jura. If you get into like a 4-color deck, then like, do we really want to play this card over something else? If we get into Bug, is this what I'm wanting to play? I thought Bug's whole deal was being an asshole until they Bowmasters with a Time Twister. We can go into Rug. Maybe Rug's where you go. Rug counters. Rug counters Legends. He's done it. He's broken the game. I should have put more than just plain water in this. Oh well. Anyways, this is a card that I'm sure this is a nothing statement. But like 2009 Canlander players would have lost their fucking mind. Not just on rate, but like, holy crap. Like blue-green needed another card, and now blue-green is just like, please, please, anything. I'll do anything to not have to play Time Walk. Braun Amadeus Cho. 1 and then a hybrid green-blue for a 1/1 legendary Gamma Scientist hero. When Braun enters, you draw a card, and has power up for 1 and hybrid blue-green. Put a 1/1 counter on Braun for each card in your hand. This is a 2-mana creature that draws a card on ETB, that is really easy to cast, that can also be Caracased. And that rules. I am going to Caracas the shit out of my own Braun. I'm gonna be playing Seeker Walk, and I'm gonna be like, Braun, draw a card, Caracas, replay Braun, draw a card, rinse and repeat. This card can also just kind of get big if you've got nothing else to do. You tap a Gaia's Cradle. This card becomes a 4/4. Hit them a couple of times. Play a Time Walk just for the sake of Time Walk, and then kill them. That's kind of nice. We can cut J. Jonah Jameson's idiot son. That's right. He says, remembering exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, cool kind of card. So this guy's not a Hulk, right? Or is he? He just happens to be green and muscular. You know what? I'm regretting asking this. Somebody's going to make a gigantic post. 5 words or less. Amadeus Cho was the Hulk for a bit. He is a Hulk. He's a Hulk. Okay. Like is he always green? Is he one of those guys? Or is he like, he goes from a normal guy to a big green guy? Took up. Banner got killed? How do you kill Bruce Banner? Or is this like Bruce Banner got killed because the Hulk took over and there was no Banner and there's only the Hulk? Wait a minute. I think I've seen that YouTube short explaining this. Heroes die for a weekend. I mean, I guess I remember Death of Superman. That was a big thing. Superman died and it was a big deal. Even my fucking parents knew about that. Anyways, on to the next one. Cloak and Dagger Entwined. They're from that Gunnar game, right? 1 white and a black for a 2/2 legendary human hero with Death Touch and Lifelink. When Cloak and Dagger enter, choose target opponent up to 1 target creature they control. They reveal their hand, and then you may exile a non-land card from their hand or the chosen creature until Cloak and Dagger leave the battlefield. Legitimately powerful card. I imagine this card will see some play in a White X or White Black Death and Taxes deck. Maybe even in some White Black mid-range decks that have some additional colors. Being able to just like muck a card from their, like doing the whole Tide Hollow Sculler impression, the Deep Cavern Bat, pretty nice. Being a Death Toucher means that they're losing something. Your opponent is losing something with this card. Right? Like, you could even make an attack where they're like, okay, well, if I block, I can kill this thing and I get my card back, but because it has Death Touch, they're losing their card. And the fact that it comes into play, you look at their hand and then you decide whether or not you want to get the creature. You have to lock in which creature you're taking. You don't get to go, show me your hand. Oh, it's better for me to actually get rid of this creature. I'll get rid of that. You have to go like you and this creature. They show your hand, their hand, and you're like, well, do I care about the things in their hand or that creature, and make your decision. Pretty cool. Everyone's in the Gunnar game now. To be clear, by Gunnar game, I don't mean Magic the Gathering. Jesus, that's a big thigh. The Mighty Thor, Jane Foster. 1 white and a blue for a 3/3 legendary human god hero with flying. Whenever the Mighty Thor attacks, exile up to 1 target non-token artifact or creature. Then return that card to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Whenever an equipment you control enters, draw a card. I am so sick and tired of people. I think even I kind of referred to it. Maybe it was just Surge. I don't know. This card's not Philia. It's not even close to being Philia. Even calling it worse Philia feels inaccurate. Because like Philia, don't get me wrong. I hate Philia more than most. But like Philia blanking or blanking tokens entirely is a large part of Philia. Like the fact that that card can just say, oh, you were trying to make some constructs, or you want to make a clue token, you wanted to do this? Well, let's get rid of that entirely. That's a big feature of why Philia is a bastard. Also, being a 2-drop creature with flying or with flash is huge. And it grows. We can't turn this into I hate Philia. This can still muck blockers. It can blink your own artifacts, so your artifacts with ETBs. Obviously, like if your Germ token on the Cauldron Complete gets got, you can bring back the Cauldron Complete. You can reset your Glimmer Lens. You can just reset an ETB creature. You can flicker your Solitude, your Stoneforge Mystic, your Skyclave Apparition, whatever. And the fact that this has flying means that you can, in the case of the Skyclave, you can attack with it, flicker your Skyclave to exile something else. They get the illusion, but the illusion isn't blocking Thor. So there's a cleaner attack here. And then the equipment trigger is kind of nice. I think you could include this card in an equipment deck, like an equipment welder style deck, or like an equipment combo kind of deck. It triggers on ETB, not draw, so obviously it synergizes with the flickering here. That's kind of nice. It's a cool card. It's a pretty good card. I'd be curious to see if people decide to look into building equipment. I like equipment. The problem is, I don't want to be too rude to Surge. I like equipment. I think an equipment deck, there is a real deal equipment deck running around in Canadian Highlander. The problem is, There's a lot of goofy equipment decks also running around. It's the kind of strategy and build around that draws a very specific type of player or a player looking to emulate a very specific type of play, you know? And it would be sick to have like Hammer Time degens from like Modern show up and try to brew this like deck, you know? Equipment as a card subtype is just not terribly good in a format where the most premium threats don't need help. That's what I'm saying. People look at equipment as a way to modify their creature, which makes sense. That's how it plays in like limited or how it played traditionally or whatever. I want to use equipment as a card type that has cheap tutors, that is often also an artifact. It's like, what if your cheap artifacts, which is already a very easy thing to find, had additional tutors and had additional cards that synergized specifically with it? And we took advantage that some of those cards are designed to make it easier for these big clunky commander cards, but we use them in the context of stuff like Colossus Hammer, or in the context of like Wrecking Ball Arm or whatever, you know. I don't, it's so funny because it's like, I don't care about equipment as a way to make my bad creatures better because I just don't play bad creatures. I want to use it as a way to kill my opponent with a combo. Right? I want to combo my opponent to death. Or I want to cheat. I want to sneak out a Cauldron Complete or a Batterskull because they want to feed more cards for the people that are trying to put fucking Argentum armor on their, like, Grungus Fungus, the Warhammer commander or whatever bullshit. Yeah, I don't want to be like, wow, doesn't my creature get big when it's holding cranial plating? No. I want to be like, wow, for one single mana I can find Skull Clamp, or I can find Shuko, or I can find Colossus Hammer, that kind of thing. Anyways. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. 1 green and a blue for a 2/2 legendary human dinosaur hero. Whenever you draw your second card each turn until end of turn, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur's base power and toughness become 6/6 and they gain trample. Whenever an artifact you control enters, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. You should reconsider Halvar if it's in your... if your deck contains Halvar, you should reconsider your life. Well, Halvar does technically let you equip Colossus Hammer for free. But, like... yeah, we can do that for 1 mana. Or like, if you want it on a creature, there's a 3 mana one that also has... like, Arden with, like, the Skull Clamp on your creatures is kind of... but yeah, Halvar, we're beyond Halvar. So this is a kind of a funny card. It wasn't in the set review, but this is the kind of card where I think it might actually be fine. I'm trying to think of what you can do with green and blue. Like a green-blue mid-range deck with just big donkeys. There's got to be something here. The problem is, like, how are we getting artifacts involved to draw cards? Because that's a powerful ability. Triggering off of artifacts drawing. Or sorry, triggering a draw off of artifacts entering. Legitimately great. And it's not as though artifacts are the only ways that we're going to be able to draw multiple cards. I think the big issue for this is that, like, a lot of these blue-green cards they kind of want you to play Preordain and Ponder. I don't know if you've ever played a Llanowar Elf deck with Ponder. It feels bad. It feels bad. It's the classic play pattern of you ponder and you look at, like, land, Noble Hierarch, Sylvan Caryatid, and you're like, well, I got to shuffle that. You shuffle that away and you draw, like, Deathrite Shaman. And you're like, oh, okay. Well, I see. If there's like the Simic Slaw kind of deck, the like, I'm playing an Unruly Krasis and I'm turning things sideways type of deck, I'd like to see a little more attention played to those to maybe see if we can make something happen. Because, like, this card can attack for a shitload of damage very early in the game. That's not nothing. It is vulnerable. It's a 2/2. But, like, it's 2026, man. They don't always have the removal spell. They can't afford to play all the removal spells. Because sometimes they load up their deck full of removal and they face me. And I go, so I know it says that if I have a commander, it's copied, but that doesn't matter because I'm only returning Black Lotus. Anyway, Storm is now 8. And they feel real stupid for playing Fateful Absence. Or playing, like, Go for the Throat or whatever. The Ruinous Wrecking Crew. X black and a red for a 2/2 legendary human villain. The Ruinous Wrecking Crew enters with X/1/1 counters on it. And when the Ruinous Wrecking Crew enters, you choose up to X. Discard a card, then draw a card. Target opponent loses 2. Destroy target token, or each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Notably, this is done top down. So if you are destroying a token and making them sack a creature, you can say your servo token's gone, your Thopter token's gone, your plant token, whatever. No, please sacrifice your other card. I like this card. I actually think this card has a shot of being quite playable. Is that Juggernaut in the background? Who is this guy? Who are these people? Why does this guy have like a crowbar? This seems like a pretty reasonable Magic card for 3 mana. 3 mana for a 3/3 Edict. 3 mana for a 3/3 blow up your token. Drain you for 2. They're massive jobbers. Okay, so it's not the Juggernaut. Excuse me. They're Thor villains? Why would a god have villains that are just random guys? I don't know. I think this card's okay. I could see this card in Jund. It's a pretty good mana sink. Every mode is playable. Like, even just like 3 mana 2/2, I drain you for 2, or I make you lose 2 life is pretty annoying. Thor hangs out on Earth too. Yeah, but if Thor's on Earth, is he really dealing with these guys? That feels like below his pay grade. I mean, I don't know what he does, actually. Now that I'm saying it out loud, what does Thor do? I only know him through the context of... I haven't actually seen the Thor movie with Natalie Portman. I've seen him in the Avengers movies. Where, like, he kind of... Doesn't he just show up to defeat his brother? Thor gets tricked by Loki. Okay. The Serpent Society. 1 green and a black for a 3/4 legendary human snake villain with Death Touch. Ward, get 5 poison counters. And whenever another creature you control with Death Touch dies, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. Another card that... I saw this card and I was like... Are some of these people posting on social media a psyop? Like... I'm trying to apply the bad faith actors and the people that instigate discourse and discussion surrounding certain political, socio-political issues where, like, they don't actually believe this. They just know that and they're a piece of shit either way, but they know that this kind of subject matter is controversial or it's going to rile up somebody else, or at the very least it triggers other bots to respond, which then shows there's a lot of traffic and they get some kind of payout from it. I feel like there's got to be a Magic the Gathering equivalent of this, because somebody was like, oh my god, this plus Panharmonicon is like an infinite combo, or this plus Roaming Throne is an infinite combo or whatever. And, like, for those of you that don't quite remember how ward works, you pay the ward, and if you don't, it's countered. So, like, if I have 5 poison counters and I go to Doomblade, well, this is a mono black creature, and I go for the throat this card, and they're like, ward trigger, you'll get 5 poison counters and lose. I go, oh shit, I forgot. Well, I won't pay the ward. And like, yeah, I lose my go for the throat. And yeah, I call this a mono black creature, despite the fact that it is obviously grilled. But like, you just move on. I remember talking about this on North 100 because I'm like, okay, hear me out. It does have 4 toughness, death touch, and this ward is kind of annoying. I'm not looking to poison my opponent out. I'm just trying to say, you target this once, and then it basically has hexproof moving forward, and that might be annoying enough to just win the game. How is this a combo? Just don't target it? See, this is why I said it was a psyop. This is why I said it was a psyop. There are cards in this set review that are only here because I think it's really funny that, you know, people genuinely think like this, and that there are also people that talk like this. And, yeah. Total Steak, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thanos, the Mad Titan. Red, white, and a black for a 4/4 legendary eternal villain with Death Touch, Lifelink, and Power Up for 1 colorless and a Wooburg. Very specifically colorless, not generic. You put 2 1/1 counters on Thanos, choose odd or even, destroy each other creature with the mana value of the chosen quality. 2 things. 1, it's really funny that the big glup shitto is just, like, not good. Like, I mean, in Commander, I guess it's okay. I mean, it's a legendary card. It's a 5-color Commander. Sure, why not? It's just like, I thought his whole thing was that it was random, right? Hey, I got a question for the nerds in chat. When Thanos put on the glove and snapped his finger, was there a chance that he would get that he would be disappeared? Like, did he do that thinking like 50-50, I might fuck off into nothing? Yes? Okay, I have a little more respect for the guy. At least he's like ride or die. I mean, as far as respect for somebody that is effectively a genocidal maniac. Like, if he does it and there's a chance that he gets kind of poofed, then at least, you know, he believes in his cause. He is the Mad Titan. That's kind of funny. It feels weird though, right? Like, shouldn't it be random? It feels like it should be random. Like, why isn't it random? I mean, I know why it's random, because if it goes the way that you don't want, you'll feel sad, and then you'll have to, you know, return your Thanos to your LGS or whatever. Go full Rakdos coin flip. Yeah, I meant the ability. Like, he should destroy... I'm okay with it saying destroy each other creature, but it feels like you shouldn't get to choose whether it's odd or even. It feels like you should just be like, I'm going to flip a coin, and if it's odd, all the odd creatures die, and if it's even, all the even creatures die. You know? Anyways. Wolverine, Fierce Fighter. 2 red and a green for a 3/5 legendary mutant berserker hero with haste. When Wolverine enters, he fights up to 1 other target creature, and if damage would be dealt to Wolverine, instead that damage is dealt, but all other damage is already dealt to him is healed. So basically, you gotta one-shot this guy. You gotta one-shot this guy. He comes into play, fights something, and if damage is dealt to him, it better kill him. Otherwise, the damage just gets healed. Healed is a very interesting word to use on the Magic card. I kind of like it. It's one of those words where I'm sure the rules implications are a bit wordy, but like, you can explain to a Wingus or a Dingus what healed means, right? It's like, no, it's healed. Yeah, he's good. Doesn't healed break the game? You're thinking of Greater Healed. When's the last time Healed was used? I'm not at home. I tried to type SC to find out about, or to pull up Scryfall. Instead, it pulled up South Carolina. There was discussion while implementing it on Arena. Healed. If I look up Oracle text healed, I'll look up heal. So when I look up heal, every creature with regenerate is brought up, presumably because the Oracle text got updated. They all say remove the damage from it. Oh, Ravnica Remastered had it. That's so funny. Because nobody played that set. Nobody played Ravnica Remastered. We have so much Ravnica Remastered at the office, and I need to figure out what to do with it. Anyways. Yeah, it's the reminder text of Regenerate. Oh, Time Spiral Remastered had it too. Okay. It's just they don't use Regenerate that often. Wait, that's so weird. Oh, yeah, and a Cursed Duneyard. Okay, never mind. The point being, it gets used on Regeneration. Either way, having played with this card and against this card is a lot better than it looks. It hits the table, it kills a thing, it attacks the turn it hits play, and you need to exile it. It survives Fury. It survives so much removal. This card is a pisser. I think this card is legitimately a reasonable top end for red-green. It's annoying as hell. You can Green Sun Zenith for it. It's a great Eldritch Evolution target. I'm not saying that this replaces something like Pyroglyph or whatever, but you should honestly play this in addition to Pyroglyph. Yeah, I like this card a lot, and it was frustrating to deal with, let me tell you that. On to Colourless. Galactus, Devourer of Worlds. This is a 10 mana, 12/12 legendary Elder Alien with Flying, Trample, Indestructible. When Galactus enters, you exile target permanent, and it has Insatiable Hunger. Galactus attacks an opponent with the most life among your opponents each combat if able, unless you control a creature named Silver Surfer Galactus' Herald. I am going to consider playing this card in Timmy Tinker. It is a large colorless creature that is indestructible, 2-shots my opponent, and it exiles something on ETB. That's kind of nice. I have been kind of on and off with Summon Bahamut, because sometimes I've gotten Summon Bahamut out, and I'm like, I just don't want to use this. And it's going to go away, and it's a little nasty. But this one comes into play, gets rid of their best thing, 2-taps them. It's really tough to deal with. Maybe it's good enough. I think, though, the cards that we've received from this set push me into going, oh, I don't actually need to play as many of these big dum-dums anymore, because I just have better things to cheat into play. That the Vision, I forget what it's called, Vision Synthesizer or whatever, like that card. I just want to tinker into that and then kill them. Yeah, it's nice that Bahamut isn't a legend. That's true. I just don't know if we need the cards where it's like, oh, I need my density increased. Just play these. Play that Ulamog instead. There was the MH3 Ulamog I wasn't playing until somewhat recently. That card kills people. Holy shit, the discourse on this card. Molecule Man, a 6-mana legendary 5/5 human villain. It's colorless. It says non-land cards in your hand have Miracle 0. This card is so funny. If you haven't been on social media, I mean, it's probably, you probably can't find this on Blue Sky, because Blue Sky is too busy saying that anybody that doesn't like Bluey is a fascist. But anyways, on Twitter, where everybody's a fascist, the discourse surrounding this card on Twitter is so fucking funny, because Commander players are like, This is the most broken thing of all time. This card's going to be so miserable. It's going to be so unbeatable. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's a colorless card. Fucking kill it. Just kill it. Get rid of it. Counter it. Kill it. Interact. Do anything. And I know just saying Doomblade it is not, just like that's not enough. But like, if you know this shit is coming, it's pretty easy to play around. And if it's not your commander and it's in the 99, well, okay. It's just so funny. Yeah, they think the top deck's going to be Ulamog instead of like a land. Also, if your opponent goes Molecule Man, set up the top card of your library, then have a cantrip, then cast the Ulamog and have the Ulamog do the thing, great. That's okay. That's kind of interesting, honestly. Somebody had a goal, they set it up, they manipulated the library and the board state in a way where they would have the answer. That's kind of cool, actually. Sure, do that. Why not? Do Commander players like the game, or do they just like playing their own cards? Holy shit, they played the game. Love this for Tinker. It's a worse planetarium. I've thought about this in Timmy Tinker. I think I'll give it a shot. It is a little awkward. It is like real bad. But like, and by bad, I mean like, it doesn't do anything the turn you play it. It is not an artifact. And like, I have to draw a card. Actually, you know what? Peps, this card sucks in Timmy Tinker. I'm good. Stinky poo poo. Panther Robot. 10 mana for an 8/8 artifact. Cat Robot. Affinity for artifacts. Reach and trample. 10 mana is a lot of mana for this. Like Mirror Enforcer, you pay 0 for that and you're fine. For this card, I might have to pay 2 mana. But the redundancy is nice. Sure, I'll play this card. Apply everything I talked about Affinity earlier to this. I may actually do a Highlander deck building stream sometime this week. I don't know, because this week's going to be weird. Again, obviously, I'm not at home. And so the streams are going to be, and we're kind of in set purgatory anyways. But like, I might do a Highlander deck building, because I think that, much to the chagrin of people that want to hate everything that comes out that's UB, this set has some mechanically pretty cool Magic cards that inspire me to build and update older archetypes and new archetypes. And I think that's kind of cool. I don't know about you. Maybe I just enjoy Magic the Gathering a little too much as a game. I'd recommend giving it a shot. It's not Magic the Gathering is not a very good replacement for a personality. But as a game, it's pretty sick. Swordsman Steel. I got a good burn. But I don't know if it's a good burn. It's hard to make burns about unemployment nowadays because the job market's terrible. Something you should be filling out job applications instead of deck lists. I don't know. There's something. Instead of Moxfield pages. I don't know. There's something there. Swordsman Steel. This is a 4 mana artifact equipment. When this equipment enters, you draw a card for each equipment you control. Equip creature gets +2/+2 for each equipment you control, and equip 3. One other thing that you could maybe do with equipment to kind of continue the conversation we had, where I think the best thing to do with equipment is ignore the fact that they increase a creature's power and toughness, is that we have a couple of cards that let you draw cards off of equipment that cost 2 or 3 mana, and equipment, you can find a ton of equipment that costs 1 mana. Some of them cost 0. So you can storm out with equipment, do some retract storm decks with equipment. This can draw you a bunch of cards. Serge played this in his equipment deck because I told him to. I'll take the L on this one. And he did draw, I think, 5 cards with this thing. I had stalled out the board and I was just trying to get him top decking, and he drew this fucking card and drew 5 cards. I was like, all right, well, That's tough. Kind of funny card. The Fantasticar. It's my first time looking at the artwork. This can't be how they fly around. What? This... Like, what is... Oh my god, fat kid on a road trip ass. This is so funny. Like, this is fucking like like the kids are like, I want to sit next to mom. It's like, no, mom's in the front seat. And mom's like, I'll sit in the back with the kids. It's fine. And then dad's like, well, I don't want to be I don't want Sharon, we talked about this. I don't want to feel like I'm a chauffeur. Oh, this is great. This is so funny. It looks like a penis. For starters. For starters, it looks like a penis. Secondly, it's just really funny how the thing is positioned. Well, then why can't you just fly? Like, they have like normal jets in this world, right? Can't like 3 of these characters fly? I don't know. Okay. What's wrong with this card? So legitimately, the only thing wrong with this card is it doesn't cost 4 mana. It doesn't cost 4 mana. It's the Fantastic Four's car. It needs 4 spells, makes 4 4/4s. It's a 4/4. It should cost 4. That's it. That feels like a thing that would have solved every issue on this card, and also just kind of cool. This is a 3 mana legendary artifact vehicle. It's a 4/4 when it's, a creature. That has flying, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you can have it become an artifact creature until end of turn. Yeah, it's a DrChillbrain issue. Whenever you cast your 4th non-creature spell each turn, you can sacrifice the Fantasticar. And if you do, you make 4 4/4 colorless construct artifact creature tokens with flying and haste. So this card, I don't think is good enough in Canadian Highlander. It's expensive. It's asking a lot. If I'm casting 4 non-creature spells in a turn, I can win the game without making constructs. They're just more guaranteed kill conditions than this for casting this many non-creature spells. But also in Vintage, like the fact that you can cast this off Workshop, that it is a non-creature spell, meaning that if you play 3 more non-creature spells, you can make 16 power and toughness on the board. That is kind of nasty. But like, I don't know. Is this really that bad? This card will make 4 4/4s on turn 1 in Vintage. Like, that'll happen. I'm not going to pretend like that won't happen. But also, like, the Fleshraker decks are already killing you. They don't need this. I don't think they need this. Again, take what I'm saying with a bit of a grain of salt, because I don't play as much Vintage as I used to. I still read about Vintage a lot. I watch a lot of Vintage. And I do play Vintage here and there. As recent as this past month, I played a couple leagues of Vintage. I played some Goldo shops. But, like, I just don't know if you need this. Also, the way that you're casting non-creature spells to get this going opens you up to getting Force of Vigor pretty easily. Obviously, this is a pretty straightforward force target. I mean, the fact that it's in addition to some of the other stuff, like the other cards that you're really scared about when you're playing against the shops lists, is kind of like they're scarier than this. Yeah, you can cast this off of the Workshop. I'm just not as scared of this card. Like, there will be games where you can do the damn thing with this. I just don't like the way that I've seen the discussion on this card come up is you have people that play Vintage actively being like, well, this is kind of scary. this can do something really explosive and strong. I wonder how it's going to play out. And then people that don't play Vintage read that and go, Lamau, they broke Vintage from the Fantasticar. That could be the end result. But remember when Tezzeret Cruel Captain came out? What happened to Tezzeret Cruel Captain? That was a card that when it came out, Vintage players are like, holy shit, this is really good. I wonder if this is going to need to be restricted. Because obviously it's a colorless planeswalker, finds your keys, finds your Moxen, your Black Lotus, untaps Time Vault. Real easy to set up, also provides a win condition. You know, like there's a bunch of stuff involved with it. It is not an artifact itself, which downside can't workshop it. Upside, you can't force a vigor it. Like, bunch of stuff going on. Tezzeret's fine. Tezzeret's good, even. But not, you know, the end of the world. You can cast off Coveted Jewel, that's fine. I don't know. That's all I'm saying, is that, like, if you don't play Vintage, you should probably just wait. And even if this breaks Vintage, and it turns out this card needs to be restricted, okay, that's fine. That just happens. It's more annoying, for what it's worth, it's more annoying when a card gets printed, is really strong in Vintage, ends up being a 4-of, ends up being very popular, changes the format in a way that is like drastically changes the format or drastically changes the way you play a specific deck. But then does not get restricted and stays a staple. But that doesn't even happen that often. And when it does happen, sometimes it happens in a way where it goes, actually, hold on, is the gameplay really interesting? Is it kind of cool that Swords to Plowshares is like a 4-of in Vintage again? And that you can still play a Doomsday deck, that you can still play a Tinker Citadel deck, that you can still play Necro? I don't know. Ultron, Artificial Malevolence. 3 mana, 2/4 legendary artifact creature. It's a robot villain. Whenever another non-token artifact you control enters, you can pay 2 generic, and if you do, create a token that's a copy of it. If the token isn't a creature, it becomes a 2/2 robot villain creature in addition to its other types. Notably, the mana that you are paying just so happens to be the amount of mana generated by Krark Clan Ironworks when you sacrifice an artifact. So if I, say, have an Ichor Wellspring come into play, and I draw a card off Ichor Wellspring, then I have Ultron triggering, and I sack my Ichor Wellspring to KCI, and then I draw from Ichor Wellspring, and then I use that 2 generic mana to make a copy of the Ichor Wellspring. The copy then comes into play, and I draw a card, and then I can sacrifice that copy to get 2 mana, and I draw another card. That's pretty gross. And Ichor Wellspring is going to be one of the best examples of taking advantage of this card, but there are plenty of other cheap artifacts to take advantage of. With both KCI, but also, that's Ashnod's Altar mana, baby. We can get real fucking gross with this card if we want to. We did it. We broke KCI. Now, I broke KCI in Canadian Highlander about a decade ago. It's still good. I think KCI decks are still pretty good in Canlander. It's just, they're really difficult to pilot. And fucking Underworld Breach is right there. You can be... I don't want to say anything too rude, so I won't. Anyways, yeah, I'd be curious to try this out in some decks with KCI. And some decks that can especially because this is an artifact itself, which is pretty important. Means that it's easy to tutor this up. You can tutor up the other stuff. Yeah. I don't think you're playing this with fair applications, but I would like to play this with a combo application. There's a new land cycle. There's an allied land cycle. They all tap to add a colorless mana, and then they tap to add one of the 2 allied colors. In this case, Gleaming Bastion here adds a white or a blue. You can only activate that ability, though, if this land entered this turn or if you control a basic land. So this taps out a colorless, and then taps to add white or a blue if this is the turn you played it, or if you control a basic. This is kind of the fixed version of River of Tears. You know, continuing the trend of taking lands from that cycle from Future Sight and, you know, bringing them to the real world, so to speak. I think these lands are great. I'm excited to play them. The fact that they can add it the turn you play it is pretty nice, because that's, you know, the turn where it's most necessary. Little awkward on your opponent's turn. So, like, playing this and then wanting it to have blue mana on your opponent's turn, if you don't have a basic, can be a bit tough. But, like, you play it, you cast your cantrip, you play it, you cast your swords, next turn you find your basic and you're good. Or you play these on, like, turn 2 or turn 3. The important thing is they're untapped lands that can add colored mana, and getting them to permanently add color mana is not that difficult. And because they make your mana better when you have the basic, makes finding the basic a little less of an issue. Not to mention adding colorless mana for some Eldrazi cards. Not a huge thing in our format, but, like, you know, maybe it should be more of a thing than not. Kozilek's Command is really fucked up. I have that monogreen Eldrazi deck that I think is pretty alright. I did get dismantled by Angel, but also I think Esper Flash is the deck to dismantle the Eldrazi deck. And so I think I still have some hope for that archetype. But yeah, cool card. Or cool cycle of lands. I'm excited to play them in Storm as well. Is that it? That's it. Holy shoot. Okay, great. We're done with the set review. That's cool. Yeah, like I was saying, not to start a whole other conversation about it, so I'm not going to go too deep into it, but I really enjoy the individual cards from this set. I have an appreciation for the cards from Marvel Superheroes and Marvel Superheroes Commander. In terms of mechanical gameplay and the decks that they show up that I want to play them in, you know, like, it's, I'm excited. There are a lot of cards between those two sets. I mean, there should be. There's like 900 new cards or whatever, that play really well, that incentivize certain play patterns or themes that have a home in my favorite formats, Canadian, Highlander, and Cube. And I'm excited to play them. I am so excited to try out a bunch of decks that I have kind of been thinking about. Now we have increased density. Trying out, revisiting archetypes that I kind of put away and going like, holy shit, here we go. We can now, you know, let's see if we can bring this into the modern era. And also just receiving some upgrades and some side grades for existing archetypes that I have in, you know, this year played and enjoyed. There are some cards for Paradox. There are some cards for Timmy Tinker. There are cards for Regrowth Storm. There's a lot. I think there's a lot. I've said this card is way closer to Final Fantasy than Spider-Man. Yeah, also just like, if you like Limited, which I like playing 40 card Limited, drafting. The draft environment and the mechanics of the cards feel closer to Final Fantasy than Spider-Man. Like, it feels like a cohesive set where the pieces line up that play well. I'm excited to draft this set is what I mean. Like, I will be doing drafts of this on stream, whereas previous sets I may have ignored it. You know? Thematically, like, who gives a shit? This just goes into the pile. It doesn't matter to me. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to call it there because I have to get... Well, I don't have to get ready, but I have another stream coming up, and there's no more cards to talk about. I'm going to be over at twitch.tv... Do I have the commands here? I'm going to be over at twitch.tv/loadingreadyrun in about an hour and a bit for Crossing the Streams, where it's myself, Adam, Ben, James, and Nelson playing League of Legends, all random, all middle. We've had this on the schedule for a while. It'll be very fun. I'm going to put on the headset and make my microphone even worse, and I'm going to be screaming over Discord. That'll be fun. So tune into that. I will be streaming tomorrow. I don't know what I have on the schedule. I have something, but again, I will be streaming basically every day this week, except for I might not stream on Friday because Angel has the day off, but I'll be streaming. It's just what I am doing may change based off of, what is available and what, in terms of time or in terms of, how much of Angel's office I want to destroy. But thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. There was a new Sheepman Wheeler Love Magic that came out. We talked about Modern Horizons 1. Turns out that's a banger. It's great, actually. You should tune into that and support the Patreon. You could support the stream here, and here. And there's a free Discord you could join. And I'm going to try to drop you off somewhere if I can figure out how to do it from here. Yeah, that should be okay. There's not going to be too much there's not going to be too much Marvel superheroes themed stuff. Because again, it's summer. There's a bunch of new stuff coming out. It's there's some cube, there's some arena cube, all that. But yeah. I'm dropping you off over at Caleb's. He's drafting Supreme Cube. Go tune into that, and I will see y'all tomorrow or tonight for ARAM. Okay, bye.